a dark world underneath the kingdom. A map just as large as the surface above it, shrouded in a perpetual pitch darkness. To illuminate areas of the depths, Link needs to find light roots, strange plants with zonal cells that glow brightly when activated, as well as function as fast travel routes. It can be difficult to find light roots down here in the depths, but there's a trick. Each light root is found directly underneath a shrine on the surface, almost as if both of them, the shrine and the light roots, are part of the same mysterious zonal structure. In fact, the names of the light roots are just the names of the shrines above them spelled backwards, fitting for the same location in this mirrored, nightmarish version of Hyrule. This makes it possible to use the locations of shrines and light roots to find each other. If you're in the depths, but have previously discovered a shrine nearby on the surface, then you know that there will be a light root found at that location in the depths, and vice versa. If you discover a light root, you'll know that there will be a shrine found just above it, which makes discovering some of the more hidden ones easier. Depths are far the best place to find Zonite, the material harnessed to power Zonite technology. Exploring the depths and progressing through the side quests you find there will reward Link with a lot of Zonite, which can then be processed by forge constructs into crystallized charges at a rate of 3 to 1. 100 crystallized charges can then be traded in at a crystal refinery for an extra energy cell on Link's hip, allowing him to power nearby Zonite devices for longer. You will occasionally find large Zonites too, which can be traded in at forge constructs for large crystallized charges, each counting for 20 regular ones. Both a forge construct and a crystal refinery can be found on the Great Sky Island, but additional ones are found in Hyrule and the depths too. Link's battery meter can be replenished by using Zonite charges, or, if it's already full, increased with temporary yellow battery meters, allowing him to use Zonite technology for far longer than he should be able to at that point. Large Zonite charges are even more useful in this regard. They supercharge your energy cell, preventing it from depleting for a short while. Though both regular and large Zonite charges are useful to gather capsules from dispensers, it's worth saving a few to use in times of need to give your vehicles a little extra juice. Zonite rockets are among the most useful pieces for vehicle building, giving anything they're strapped to a massive boost before expiring. But they're perhaps at their most useful when fused to Link's equipment. Not only does fusing a rocket to Link's shield launch him into the sky, but fusing rockets to arrows causes them to travel very quickly and in a perfectly straight line, which can be very useful in situations where long-range sniping is necessary. Rockets can be reliably obtained from a couple of the Zonite dispenser machines found on Sky Islands, like this one found in the South Hyrule Sky Archipelago. These dispensers activate when Link drops Zonite charges into the hopper, giving out more capsules the more charges added at one time. It's also possible to add large Zonite charges to dispensers, which yield much more capsules than the smaller versions. Adding almost anything else to a dispenser causes them to spit it back out, but you are able to deposit Zonite construct horns in return for capsules. You'll only ever get one capsule back per horn, no matter the horn's level, so it's best to only use construct 1 horns rather than anything better. The many caves that opened up due to the upheaval are often filled with treasure and infested with monsters. But each is also home to a bubble frog, a mysterious creature that appears to be connected to Satori, the Lord of the Mountain. When defeated, each bubble frog leaves behind a bubble gem, a collectible item that can be traded in to a strange individual encountered near the Woodland Stable. Every cave on Hyrule's surface and the island above it houses a bubble frog. Once Link has collected the bubble gem from a cave, the cave's map icon is marked with a tick to show this. The upheaval revealed a lot of caves though, so it can be hard to make sure you found all of them. To make this easier, finding a cherry blossom tree and offering fruit to the altar will magically highlight every cave in the surrounding area, making hunting bubble frogs a lot easier. Thanks for watching this video. If you liked it, leave a like or subscribe if you
Superman Legacy is a movie I'm looking forward to for so many different reasons. Besides the fact that Superman is the granddaddy of all superheroes, and I love superheroes, I love Superman, I love all Superman movies. Hell, I'll even watch the Richard Pryor Superman 3, where Superman literally fights a computer that wraps him up in wires.
It still traumatized me as a kid.
No, absolutely. As a kid, absolutely. It's like, oh my God, the computer's gonna kill Superman. It's like, still, so utterly ridiculous.
Yeah.
That being said, so besides the fact that just I love Superman, it's gonna be the first film in the new James Gunn, Peter Safran-led DCEU, the Superman Legacy. Now that comes out in 2025. Apparently they're gonna start shooting it near the end of this year. So everything's good. I'm very excited about it. But obviously the question that starts floating around with film fans is, who's gonna be Superman? Now, you're coming off my favorite Superman of all time, Henry Cavill. Henry's my boy. Listen, I'm not gonna lie. I'm still kind of upset that Henry Cavill's not gonna be Superman anymore. I get it. I understand the need for change. I understand all of that. I totally do. I'm okay with it. I've come to accept it. But it is difficult for me because I love Henry Cavill as Superman so much. But that being said, we're gonna get a new Superman. Everybody's asking who's gonna be Superman. Well, there's a new report that's come out of the Hollywood Reporter that is suggesting that there's actually kind of a short list now for Superman, a bit of a short list for Lois Lane, but also suggesting that we might have our new Lex Luthor. Now, as far as Superman goes, this is what the Hollywood Reporter says. They're saying David Cornsweet, who recently played the ill-fated projectionist opposite Mia Goth in Pearl, is among the top contenders to play Clark Kent, aka Superman. But they're saying there are other contenders as well. Jacob Elordi, I hope I'm pronouncing that right, the sought-after star who broke out as the resident villain on HBO series Euphoria. That's another guy named, but also Tom Brittany and actor Andrew Richardson are also names that are early in the mix. As far as Lois Lane goes, they've got a few names up there. Emma McKay is up there, a few others, but here's the one that really gets my attention here. Samara Weaving. I love her. Now, like most of you, I kind of first, what was the name of that little horror movie she did? Where they ended up killing everybody, like they brought her to marry their son and she was meant to be a human sacrifice. It was just out like a year ago. I can't remember the name of it now. But Samara Weaving, which everybody thought when they saw the trailers and the poster for that movie, everybody thought that she was Barbie.
Ready or Not.
Margot, Ready or Not, thank you, that's the name of the movie. Everybody thought that she was Margot Robbie.
I mean,
I even thought the first time I saw the trailer for Ready or Not, I thought it was Margot Robbie. But it's not. It's Samara Weaving, and she's turned out to be great. I even do like her small appearance in Scream 6, and they're talking about maybe her as Lois Lane, which I gotta tell you, I think she'd be a great Lois Lane. But here's the one that they suggest might be a little bit more in the bag, at least according to the Hollywood Reporter. They're saying this, that one of the roles seems to have only one person earmarked, as the classic villain Lex Luthor, and that's Nicholas Hoult. Currently starring in the vampire thriller Renfield, has been tipped to play the bald-headed evil genius. Now, they go on to say that Holt's name has actually been circulating around for a while connected to this movie, and that Nicholas Hoult could end up being that. Now, look, Nicholas Hoult is actually a little bit of a DC darling right now, because although I'm sure some of you may not remember this, but when they were casting for the new Batman with Matt Reeves' Batman, it came down to Twilight Boy, Robert Pattinson, but the other guy it was down between was Robert Pattinson and Nicholas Hoult. So he came this close to being DC's Batman, and obviously Nicholas Hoult has stayed on DC's Christmas card list. And in case you're not really familiar, let's do a little bit of a refresher. Nicholas Hoult is already, at his young age, accumulated a really nice resume, and he's great in all of these.
About a boy.
About a boy. A lot of you forget, he's the kid in About a Boy, but he's great in Renfield. I love him in Renfield. He's fantastic in The Menu. And if you guys have not seen Ralph Fiennes' The Menu, you absolutely got to check it out. Anya Taylor-Joyce in that as well. Fantastic movie. Nicholas Hoult is great in it. Warm Bodies is really the movie for me that I went, this guy's really good. You haven't seen it, it's kind of a romance zombie movie. But if you haven't seen Warm Bodies, I highly recommend it. It's great. And of course, he played Hank McCoy in a couple of X-Men movies, including X-Men Days of Future Past and X-Men First Class. He was in Tolkien, which I think is a highly underrated movie. I mean, it didn't get the best reviews and everything, but I actually thought the movie was quite solid. Mad Max Fury Road is where a lot of people got excited about, and of course, he was the kid in About a Boy. He's got a terrific resume. He's an absolutely fantastic actor. And I will tell you what, I don't think Nicholas Hoult has to be Lex Luthor. But if they do cast him as Lex Luthor, that's a win. Now look, do I think he's the only guy who could play it? No, I'm sure there are other actors who would be great in it as well. I never would have thought of Nicholas Hoult off the top of my head as maybe being a Lex Luthor. But I think he would be fantastic. So much so that normally I would say that you got to get your lead character first, and then you cast around the lead character, right? Like you get your lead, and then once you've got your lead, in this case Superman, then you start screen testing other actors for other roles and screen test them with your Superman actor to make sure that the chemistry is good. But I like Nicholas Hoult so much as a performer, as an actor, that I would even go so far as to say, you know what, if you start with him, I'm totally cool with starting with him and then screen test your potential Superman against him. And then normally, I don't think that's the way to go. Normally, I think you start with the title character and the title name, and then you go from there. I don't know, Jonathan, what do you think about, you like Nicholas Hoult? Do you think he would make an interesting Lex Luthor?
I think he would. I'm getting like these echoes of our last rendition of Lex Luthor, and I love. Why am I drawing a blank on the last Lex Luthor? The actor,
Jesse Eisenberg.
Jesse Eisenberg,
great
that's right.
actor, and I love his work, but the direction I just felt was like a little strange. So I'm kind of ready for someone in that same age group, because I liked where they were going with that, but just not as like kooky. I really hope this is a little more of a straight-laced like take on him.
It will be interesting to see, really, not just who they get to, but what kind of character they're going to make for their Lex Luthor. Because you're right, Eisenberg played a very different kind of Lex Luthor. Like a totally different type of Lex Luthor. I mean, they wanted Brian from Breaking Bad.
Cranston?
What's that, Cranston? A lot of people wanted Bryan Cranston in the Zack Snyder thing, and he would have been a great Lex Luthor.
Sure.
But the thing was, once we saw on screen what kind of Lex Luthor that Zack Snyder had in mind. Listen, I like Bryan Cranston as an actor more than I like Jesse Eisenberg as an actor. But once we saw on screen what kind of Lex Luthor they were going for, it's like, well, you know what? Bryan Cranston wouldn't have been a good fit. Jesse Eisenberg actually worked better for that, and because that's the way it's written. So it's going to be really interesting to see what kind of Lex Luthor they have written up for James Gunn's Superman Legacy coming out in 2025. Guys, question is for you. What do you think about this? Not just Nicholas Hoult potentially as being maybe the only guy they're looking at for Lex Luthor. What did you think about some of the other names that are up for Superman? It could be any of those names, could be anybody else. I almost said Lana Lang. Lois Lane? Do you like any of the actresses they listed? Maybe you got somebody else in mind. Whatever you guys think, jump down to the comment section below and let us know your thoughts. Guys, we want to take a second to thank a sponsor of this video, ExpressVPN. Guys, it is 2023, and online privacy and security has never been more important. You see, every device, phones, computers, tablets, has a unique IP address, which is like an internet phone number and reveals personal information about you. It's super simple for somebody online who knows what they're doing to find your IP address. If you've ever clicked on a sketchy link or opened an email from somebody you don't know, your IP address could become exposed. Now that's where ExpressVPN has your back. ExpressVPN is an app that hides your real IP address and replaces it with a dummy one, keeping you safe and private. And you don't have to be some kind of techie to use a VPN. Guys, it is so easy to use. Just download the ExpressVPN app on your phone or computer, tap one button to turn it on, and you're protected. And if you like your streaming entertainment, here's the coolest part. They let you choose what country you want your IP address to look like it's coming from. This is incredibly useful because services like Netflix and Disney Plus give you different shows depending on what country you're in. So secure your family's online activity and unlock tons of new shows by visiting expressvpn.com/Campia. Use my link and you can get 3 extra months free. That's expressvpn.com/Campia. Go to expressvpn.com/Campia to learn more. Hey guys, thanks for checking out our video. Make sure you like and subscribe to our channel here. And also, if you want to hear our full daily show, go and subscribe to our podcast, the John Campia Show podcast, on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, or your favorite podcasting app of choice. There's not a lot of movies out there that you can say, like, everybody loves. I mean, obviously, no movie has everybody love it, but you're pretty safe to say that. Everyone loves Star Wars. Obviously, there are a few people that don't, but if there's any movies you can say that about, I would also suggest that Deadpool. I have not met many people that said, yeah, just those Deadpool movies aren't for me. I mean, obviously, all film is subjective. There are going to be people who don't like it, and that's perfectly fine. But for the most part, everybody seems to love the Deadpool movies, and why not? They're absolutely fantastic. Ryan Reynolds, good Canadian kid, was born to play this role. And they've also enjoyed the success that movies that are excellent deserve to enjoy. And actually, when you look at all-time box office, if you take R-rated films, right? All the R-rated films ever made, Deadpool 1 and 2 take 2 of the top 5 spots. As a matter of fact, they take 2 of the top 3 spots. Now, the #1 grossing all-time R-rated movies you can see here is Joker. I mean, that one blew all the records away, made $1.07 billion. But Deadpool 2 is the second highest grossing R-rated film of all time at $785 million. Then the original Deadpool is the number 3 in all-time highest grossing R-rated films at $783 million, followed by Matrix Reloaded, which I totally forgot was rated R, at $741 million, and then the horror clown film It at $700 million. And listen, these movies didn't just make tons of money, all right? We're talking about an 84% critic rating and an 85% audience score. We're talking about, in the next one, 85% critic rating and a 90% audience score. Again, with those box office numbers, it's just crazy. So obviously, everybody's excited for the new Deadpool, especially when they announced that Hugh Jackman was coming back to play Wolverine again. That's something I think is like one of the biggest pieces of movie news I've ever covered in my career. Well, now we might know a little bit more, because according to reports going around, there is now a working title for Deadpool 4. Now, sometimes working titles in movies mean absolutely nothing. Sometimes working titles in movies give a little bit of a hint into what might be in this movie or might be a part of it. Now, this comes from the folks at CBR who write this. The name of the in-development project is Tidal Wave. That is the working title for Deadpool 3, Tidal Wave. While it's often the case that major studios use stand-in titles to obscure the plot of the film, some Marvel enthusiasts believe it could be a reference to the massive oceanic surge that flooded New York City during the Ultimatum during the Ultimatum storyline. The narrative, originally created by Joseph Loeb and David Finch, followed Magneto as he sought vengeance for the death of his children in the Ultimates 3. Other hypothesize it could have something to do with a machine created by the Golden Claw, which first appeared in Nova number 17 back in 1977. At the time of writing, neither Marvel Studios nor Disney has responded to the speculation. All right, so a couple things need to be pointed out here. Number one, the tidal wave is reportedly the working title of the movie. Obviously, that won't be the final title of the movie, but is the operating title that they're going by. Has not been confirmed by Disney, right? They haven't come out and verified that that's what it is. And I doubt they will verify it, because why should they bother putting out a statement and verify what a working title is? Because that's always just a placeholder. But let's say, for argument's sake, that tidal wave is the working title. Number one, does it give any sort of, I don't know, insight into what this movie might be about? And if it does, and that's a big if it does, what could the meaning of that working title be? Well, I have a couple of thoughts on that. Thought number one, do I think it has some sort of insight into what the movie either is or part of what the movie is? I'm going to go out on a limb and guess, please note my word guess. I'm going to guess that it is. And answering that question, do I think it has some meaning? I do think it has some meaning. So what do I think the meaning is? Okay. Here's my pure, unadulterated speculation, which means that is a guarantee it'll be 100% right. Pure speculation here. I don't think tidal wave refers to an incident in any of the comic books, like the CBR article so rightfully speculates, right? Because they've looked in, they found some stories in comics that maybe it's a reference to. I don't think it's a reference to anything in the comic books. Here's my pure guess. I think, unfortunately, that this is going to have a very massive multiverse aspect. And I think the tidal wave might have something to do with a multi-dimensional event. There is, I mean, it's hard to put into words. The best way I can describe it to me is kind of like, what's the damn movie? Never-Ending Story with Atreyu and whatever, the Luck Dragon. You know how the nothing just kept spreading in that movie? I feel like my guess is that there's some sort of huge multiversal event, which is why we're going to have Deadpool and Hugh Jackman and Wolverine in the same movie. And it's going to be something that is sweeping across reality and something that Deadpool and Hugh Jackman have to fight, that Deadpool and Wolverine have to stop. Now, you might be thinking to yourself, wow, John, that's a pretty big jump from just the title being tidal wave to saying it's about this huge multi-dimensional event of this huge thing sweeping across, destroying the multiverse. Yeah, I know it is. It's a pretty far stretch, but that is my guess as to what it means. And so if it is, we'll see. Or maybe it has nothing to do. Listen, maybe this is as meaningful as if they called it the working title, Fish and Chips on Sale. I mean, I have no idea. Maybe it has absolutely zero to do with the movie itself. But I think it's got a lot of something.
No. You're
What?
wrong,
You got
John.
another thought? I'm wrong?
You're wrong.
Okay, I'm wrong.
You see,
Tell me
a
the
tidal
truth.
wave
Lay it down. What's the truth?
is a big wave, right? It's a big wave. I
Big
think
wave.
the wave is
That's
full
what
of,
I've been told.
I think the big wave is full of new characters. And obviously, I'm going to say it's going to be introduction of the X-Men. What other way can you introduce the X-Men than with Wolverine in the movie and Deadpool?
So like a tidal
we've been
wave of new characters.
Yeah, a tidal wave of like a whole group. That's what I initially thought, because I have no knowledge of any of the comics that have to do with that word. That's all I'm thinking. So it was
That's
kind
not
of
a
what I'm
bad
thinking.
theory.
But
That's
I mean,
not a bad theory.
if they were going to introduce the X-Men, or at least let people know they exist more, why not in this movie if he's in the MCU, or he's going to be part of the MCU? I mean, it's a great way for Ryan Reynolds to leave his Deadpool character. If he leaves it, then it'll give the gift of the X-Men.
But again, a tidal wave of a wave of new characters. That is it. Jonathan, you got any thoughts on that?
Actually, no, I don't.
All right. Well,
Because I was looking into it. I just feel like this Nova 1970.
My husband husband just told me he doesn't love me anymore.
It's not even close to
Then
what
what
I said.
did you say?
I said you cannot take that cat home from Hawaii.
But she needs a home and we would love her so much.
You already have 2 cats.
My brother doesn't have a cat. What if he wants a cat?
He has a giant pupper.
Who would love a cat little sister? My husband just told me he doesn't love me anymore.
It's not even close to
Then
what I said.
what did you say?
I said you cannot take that cat home from Hawaii.
But she needs a home and we would love her so much.
You already have 2 cats.
My brother doesn't have a cat. What if he wants a cat?
He has a giant pupper.
Who would love a cat little sister? My husband just told me he doesn't love me anymore. Then what did you say?
I said you cannot take that cat home.
But she needs a home and we would love her so much.
that.
Yeah.
And it just, all three areas feel completely different.
I'm at this place now where, you know, you and I have talked. Felix has explored the Sky Islands or a bit more than I have. I wanted to say quite a bit, but it's like, whoa, we've only played for like 10 to 15 hours, so not that much.
It's mostly Hyrule, actually. I was most excited to see like what has changed and stuff, but I heard you were down in the depths a lot. You really like that.
Yeah, it's so fun because like Poes are back in this game now as well, which we don't have to get into how they work or anything, but they're there, and they're just like floating around in the underground, right? And I just love that, like, you know, you look in a direction, and because everything is dark, you know, you'll see like these little light blue things floating in the distance, or you might see the red glow of some enemies. Or Felix, I'm not going to entirely spoil this for you if you haven't found it yet, because have you seen any like floating weapons yet?
Yes, I have. I found one.
I was so scared the first time I saw one of those, because I was like, is it gonna murder me? Like, I don't...
Is it like a Dark Souls boss?
Yeah, exactly. Like, even once you take it, like, is it gonna like kick you off the mountain, like the little pillar that you're on, and like make you fight it? Like,
yeah, and the reward is actually quite cool. So I think this game introduces all regular weapons are like damage decayed, and they aren't like, so you have a royal claymore, or you have like
there's like a broadsword, right? And even like the
and all those weapons that you used in Breath of the Wild are now really weak. They don't work really well. But this shadow figure gives you like a completely undamaged version of these weapons, which is really cool because you can't find them in Hyrule anymore.
Yeah, and they're just like, maybe they're like specifically placed. Maybe they spawn into certain areas. I don't know how it works. Like if they're like a one and done scenario, but you're right. Like you'll just see them like in this completely dark realm, and you'll want to venture out that way, but you have to be careful about, you know, like the gloom being on the ground and not touching that. And also maybe like some enemies are going to sneak up on you, and like, oh, you don't want to use all of your bloom seeds either, because you know you got to make sure you have enough to get back. Or I guess you can fast travel too, that we know. But it's just it's crazy how like the underground really is just this like unknown world, and I'm kind of finding like I want to keep exploring that over like the main Hyrule right now. And maybe it's because it's just so fun. There's like not really a lot of story happening in the underground so far from what I've found, but it kind of feels like the mines is such a great comparison, Felix, because I remember like playing Harvest Moon back in the day, which also had mines, and it was just so fun to explore those and see like how far you could get, kind of, and this game kind of does that as well. Like see how far away from your last like safe point you can really get.
Yeah.
I'm blown away by it, really, man. I can't believe it.
And it's not the thing I really like is like each area has like its own currency and its own like reason for wanting to go there. Like they encourage you to go underground so you can get this item that you can use to get like charges for like the things you can build, because you can use your ultra hand to build stuff with Sonai stuff.
Yeah.
And for those you need like Sonai charges, and you can get those by going into the underground and mining certain stuff. But then not only do we have these three massive things, we also have caves now in just regular Hyrule. And these are also completely different from like anything else in the game, and they have their own like, you have unique enemies, you have unique like small fishes or mushrooms or whatever inside of there.
They have like names too once you walk into them, right? For the most part.
I really love like the discovery. It says like discovery, and then you find it. I really love caves, and there's so much cool stuff to find, and then when you're done with it, you can just ascend through the ceiling, so you don't have to go all the way back, which is...
Oh my gosh, I didn't even consider that. Yeah,
I do that all the time. They've designed it in a way so normally you can just, at the end of the cave, you can just ascend it back up. I really like the first area, the Sky Island in the sky. It works kind of like the Great Plateau.
Yeah,
and you get, it's like a giant tutorial of all the stuff, and it is a bit slow. I was like a bit like, oh, I just want to go to Hyrule. Let me just skydive down. But it was also just, it was so different from anything else. Such a different atmosphere, so many new items, and there's like sky mushrooms, and there's these constructs, you don't really know what they are, and some of them are aggressive, some of them teach you some of the stuff. And I love how the ones that teach you are just like, oh, you don't know this? Well, let me explain it to you.
Yeah.
They're so nice.
Don't you love how like just like happy they are to see you as well?
Yeah.
They're just like, oh, I haven't seen someone in a while. Like, oh, it's so nice. Like, it's so nice to chat. Like, oh, let me know if you need anything else. I'll be right here if you want to come hang out by the fire or something like that. It's like, what?
I think one of the things I'm most when I light up is like when I see a character from Breath of the Wild that I just remember, like there's this character Carson, which is like one of the Bolton constructive guys in Hateno Village. He's not Hudson, he's like the other guy who helps you build the house and stuff. And you find him in an introduction area, and it's just like, hey, nice to see you here. And the other characters are also like, hey, Link, because almost all the characters know you. And it's like, oh, Link, we know who you are, and all that stuff. And that was just so nice. It felt like your adventure of Breath of the Wild almost felt like you got rewarded for like playing it. Or at least that's how I felt.
Yeah,
Because like
I
in
see
the
what you
first
mean.
game, no one knows you, and in this one, it's like everyone knows you, and it's just really nice. Also, like seeing like Pura. I don't know if that's how you pronounce.
Yeah, Pura. I don't know.
Pura. But she's grown up. I was just like, whoa, that's so cool. Because she was a kid in the game. She's an old woman, but she accidentally reversed her into a kid. And it's just so cool to see her actually as a proper adult almost, doing all this research and being the lead. Like,
Yeah.
It's really, really cool. And
Her personality is completely intact.
yeah, exactly. Hyrule just looks so different because there's a new town, or there's like all these different caves, and all the sky islands are now like have messed up some of Hyrule, and there's just new activities. The monsters are new places, and the Korok seeds are not. It's also new places. So it's like everything you learned and knew where was in Breath of the Wild are just not where they are in this game. And that's insanely cool, returning to all these places, and things have just changed.
Yeah. There's a part of me that, not yet, but at some point I want to go back and like watch all of the trailers again. Just, kind of like, we don't have to do it on video, but I just want to watch them again, like in numerical order, just to kind of like understand like exactly what all the details were. Like there's one so in Tears of the Kingdom, I know we're in spoiler territory now, so it doesn't matter, I guess, but you discover bomb flowers are in the game, and I screamed when I picked one up and was like, it's a bomb flower. I love it. I'm so glad. But then shortly after, you see like something that kind of looks like a like you see in Ocarina of Time, and I was like, no way, no. And they're like way worse than they were potentially in that game, because they like spit out at you and everything. And I think we see one of those in one of the early Tears of the Kingdom trailers.
Yeah, we do.
Right? Like, was that the bit with the shield that has like the dragon head? Okay,
exactly. That's a like.
That's so crazy that like back then, I don't remember. I mean, there have to have been somebody out there that was like, oh, that's a like, absolutely. But none of us were really considering that. And I think it's really cool how they've changed so many like things that are familiar in past Zelda games as well, and like brought them back and made them different. But not in like a bad way. They haven't dumbed them down. They've made them more scary in some ways. So like I heard Redeads are in this game, so I can't wait for us to find those. Boy,
oh no. I'm insanely grateful that I at least tried Ocarina of Time before this. I'm doing a playthrough right now, but I'm just like seeing the like. I was like, oh, I remember this from Ocarina of Time. It's so cool to see it, and you get like. I use the bomb flowers on arrows because then it gets out that thing that you can hit, and it's just so cool.
It's so nice to see that you're like genuinely enjoying Ocarina of Time, by the way. We're not going to go dive into Ocarina of Time now, but I just like that game, to me and to so many people, was like the reason why we like love Zelda so much. And so it's cool to like genuinely know that like you're having a good time with it, and like that it has brought value to you, because I think there's gonna be a point in life where I'm like, I don't know if people, even now, I don't think people. I worry if people are gonna want to go back and play Ocarina of Time, and it's real nice. I'm so glad.
Well, thank you. And it's just so cool to see how far we've come. Like just
yeah.
in 20, 30 years. Like so, like you take Ocarina of Time, it's an amazing video game, but just like you have in Tears of the Kingdom, you have 3 massive worlds that you can just go and explore. Oh, I made a really, really cool discovery, and I don't know if this is a spoiler. It was in a cave, and there was like some creatures, and they were called sticky lizards. Have you found those?
I did. Yeah, I want to hear what was your experience with them like, though.
Okay, so I found out that if you cook them, right, if you make them into an elixir, you can climb, and I repeat, when it rains, on slippy surfaces.
Oh, whoa, that's
I
sweet.
completely like, whoa, that's so cool. That was like, I just hated that you couldn't climb in the rain and stuff, and now you can make elixirs to do so. I just, oh, thank God. And that's what I mean. It's like everything that was a complaint in Breath of the Wild, they've listened, and there's now a fix for it.
Yeah,
that's so nice.
That's really
so
cool
nice.
because you're totally right. Like it did. You know, I could see how, like, you know, the rain was, I think it was a neat element that you could be scared of in Breath of the Wild, but it did hinder your progress at times because there was no solution. You know, you could use Rivali's Gale or, you know, I find a cave to take shelter and start a fire and you know, rest for the day or something. I mean, I suppose there were like little solutions, but you're right. Like that is sweet. I did not know that was a thing.
Yeah.
I did shoot the first one that I saw. I shot it, and I was like, "Oh, like was I supposed to do that?" And then I picked it up and was like, "Okay, I guess so."
A new thing is all the sonar like elements you can use to build, and you can get some like in these capsules, kind of like gacha machines, and you can just get like.
I saw that, was like, that's not a
around.
gacha machine, is it? And he was like, "Oh, all right."
And it's just really nice that you have these things to build stuff with your Ultra Hand at all times.
Yeah.
I know it doesn't really make sense that he has all this stuff on him, but it's fun. And that's the most important thing. That it's not logical that you can just jump in the water from the Sky Islands and nothing happens, but it's fun.
Yeah, it's not logical that Link just does that at the beginning of the game without like any consideration of like what's down below. He just like walks out of the cave and is like, "Hey, I could probably, I'll survive this. I'm Link," and he just does it because he has the courage, and it's ridiculous. But you're right.
And then, like, if you jump from a high enough place, it has like this water effect where it's like,
oh yeah, that was
it falls down a few, and it's just so.
That was the sound you made when you entered the discussion, right?
Oh yeah, yeah, exactly.
That's right. Okay, cool.
Nice callback.
Thanks.
But
I just so we have some reader questions. So on our community tab on YouTube, before we started recording this video, we asked if anybody had any questions about Zelda Tears of the Kingdom for us. And the top comment was by somebody named AZ23MJ, and the question is, how do you stop playing this game?
You can't.
It's so engaging.
You literally can't. I've never been more addicted to the game than this. It's absolutely incredible.
The same person also asked, "Can you tell my family that I'm okay? They haven't seen me in 24 hours due to Tears of the Kingdom." So in those scenarios, yes, you can stop playing the game. You do have to stop and eat food, go to the bathroom, see your family, at least contact them and let them know you're okay. I should probably tell my grandma and my mom I'm doing the same, but you know, it's just, reach out. That's my advice, I think, there. But yeah, Felix, you're right. Like, it's, how do we stop?
It is tough. It is really like, I don't want to stop.
Yeah, it's one of those things, just like Animal Crossing too, man. I swear, like it, you know, I was talking about it in the caves earlier. Like you see a thing in the distance, or like you make a mark on your map, or you go and sell some stuff, or you go to the stables and you find out that like pony points are a thing now, and you're like, your time is just completely sucked away from you, but you're so...
Did you find the pony points?
I did. So I think I was starting to tell you earlier before the chat, but I went to a cave, and then I saw a horse, and I got the horse, and I was like, okay, like I love this horse is great now. I want to go find the stable. So I ran around for like 10 minutes.
There was a horse in the cave?
Oh, outside of the cave. Sorry. I did the cave, and then I was like
that would be cool.
Maybe there will be, though. I mean, that's this game, right? It's like you just never know.
I don't think there's room for it, but yeah. I mean, we've only played for like 10, 15 hours.
But that's the thing, though, Felix, is right. Like I haven't gotten it yet, but you get like not a leash, but like you can get a leash essentially to like tie your horse to something with the pony points.
Yes.
So like maybe we will find a horse in a cave tied to like a pole or something like that. And we'll have to save it. I don't know, but
When I said earlier that there was like all these new things to encourage you to do stuff that you didn't really do a lot, I was talking about the pony points, because in the past you can sleep in the stables, but you can also just sleep at any, like you can rest at a campfire just outside, so why spend the rupees there? But now you want to sleep in the stables because then you get pony points and you can use those to get cool stuff. So there's a person who asked on the community tab, are there any puzzles that absolutely require motion controls? And I actually found the one that is shown in trailers that I thought was motion controls. And this was a question by King Eridonia. And thank you for the question first. And I tried it, and it was just the Ultra Hand ability, like when you... Because I thought the Ultra Hand would be motion controls or something like that. But it's like,
yeah.
you just tilt it around with like the arrow buttons. And that's exactly what that like big thing in the sky was. It's just that. The motion controls like in Shrines where you had to get a ball through this thing or stuff, I hated. It was awful. It didn't really work that well. And I haven't encountered that now. Again, I'm not that far into the game. But at least the stuff that I thought would be motion controls isn't.
Tube Miner 13 asks, as somebody who has not played Breath of the Wild yet, would you recommend I play that first? Is it worth it? I feel like you would be best equipped to answer that question, Felix.
So, I mean, if you're seeing everyone just playing Tears of the Kingdom and you want to get in on that, yes, you can absolutely play this, because like the game introduces a lot of the stuff that was already introduced in Breath of the Wild in this game, like how to use the camera, or like how you get a paraglider and how you use that. But it introduces it in new ways. But if you want the best experience possible, I would recommend playing Breath of the Wild first, because if you play Tears of the Kingdom, I feel like you're going to have a bit of a hard time going back to Breath of the Wild, just because it strips away a lot of the stuff from Tears of the Kingdom.
Sure. And I suppose Tears doesn't really like, it doesn't give you like a rundown of like what happened in Breath of the Wild either.
No, it doesn't, but it has like character profiles. By the way, character profiles are so cool that you can just see like the characters, and I think they added
beautiful,
that
aren't they?
For like people who hadn't played Tears of like Breath of the Wild, because then you can see what these characters are. But again, I personally really liked going into this game that I had already played Breath of the Wild, and a lot of people said that, oh, I don't want to play Breath of the Wild just before, because then Tears of the Kingdom will not feel as new. But I can just say, it feels new. It feels so different, so fresh. And so I would personally play Breath of the Wild because it's an amazing game. It was my favorite game of all time. But I think this takes the cake just because it's that game, but more things. And every small complaint I had with it, they fixed, I feel. Performance isn't always the best in this game. Especially, I had a lot of performance issues with the intro Sky Island. I don't know if it was the same for you, Sion, but it struggled.
There were a few like little details where I was like, eh. But honestly, the one time where it really lagged down for me, or like got bogged down like frame rate wise, was when I was roaming around on a horse trying to find the stable. I think I ran up next to some other horses or some enemies or something, and it just chugged. I think I have like gameplay of that too, so I'll try to throw it up here if I can find it. But
I don't know if it's like my version, but it chugs a lot. Like it chugged a lot in the intro. Just me like running around it would drop frames and stuff.
And you were playing in docked mode too, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, interesting.
But what I wanted to say is that there's only performance issues like in that intro area, or when, especially when you use the Ultra Hand, if there's multiple objects, it would just like cut the frame rate in half. And it's a bit like,
yeah,
it's what it is. But the further I've gotten into the game, I don't notice it at all, just because the game is so fun. And also, it just happens less frequent when you get down to Hyrule, and I've not experienced it at all in the depths. It was only in the intro like area, which
same,
and
actually.
like when using the Ultra Hand, and also just using the Ultra Hand to figure out like, oh, how do I get here? Oh, I'm just gonna make a giant bridge of like trees. It's so fun.
It's not that we should like forgive bad frame rate or anything like that, but it's kind of like, okay, like let's say your uncle buys you a Nintendo Switch for builds you a Nintendo Switch from scratch. And for some reason that Switch, like, it can't, you can't put a cool
Yeah, that's what's up.
So the other thing, dungeons.
Yeah.
That was the big thing from the last one that a lot of people were missing.
Yep.
What are they like now? Are they traditional? Are they somewhere in between?
They're somewhere in between. So, like, if you're thinking of like Ocarina of Time or something like that, it's more or less like an enclosed space. I think, well, I don't know if this is semi-spoiler territory. Like one of them's more enclosed, and the other ones are like more like open outside. There's no like specific walls to like keep it in. It's just part of the world, which is kind of interesting. It's not like a separated off area. So
Yeah.
but people be very happy about that because that's like a legacy thing in Zelda, and like Breath of the Wild had those like divine beasts, which is like they were cool.
Yeah.
But
Very
it wasn't the same. The colors were really boring too.
Yeah.
so.
Yeah.
And also like the dungeons, we have these kind of dungeons, but it's not a Zelda dungeon in that it's not built around unlocking a new item or ability or that
Right.
kind of stuff. You're just completing a dungeon. And similarly, it means that, like Steve mentions this in his review, but as you go further, it's not like it stacks abilities to try and test you. They're very just like open. You'll have the tools to do it regardless
Right.
when you do it. The other thing is like what is in Breath of the Wild that were like you were like, I wish they had done this that they have now done. Like, have they like fixed anything that you're like, oh damn? I wish it was
Oh
like
man, I remember there's like a list I had in my head of like those kind of things,
Yeah.
and I just totally forgot them. So I'm gonna have to like recap as I talk here. One of them, well, I guess glitch is not really part of that.
Yeah.
God, I'd have to think about that.
Yeah, because even like I see, I'm not super high level in combat or anything like that, but I can already see like crazy applications of the abilities that you have. And my thought was like, is this breaking it more, or have they managed to somehow like put these even weirder abilities while also like patching up the things that were kind of wild about the original?
Yes. So I can confirm a lot of stuff has been patched. I'm actually kind of theorizing in my head on it, how Nintendo approached this, because they must have been watching us. Like 100%, because there's like really niche stuff. I was like, wait, no, this definitely worked in Breath of the
Nintendo
Wild.
always watching.
Yeah, so I'm kind of like interested in what their response is. We'll never hear it, obviously.
Yeah.
But I'm just interested in what they thought about that. But there's definitely been stuff that's patched 100% for sure.
Yeah.
Nintendo's gathering around the computer like, hey, GameSpot just dropped the new 11 things you didn't know about Breath of
No,
the
we're gonna
Wild.
kill it right now.
Like, oh shit, yo, it's Max again. Miyamoto's got his arms
Patch
folded.
everything out.
Oh,
Yes,
no, Max is
fucking Max.
furious.
This Max over here.
How do you, people are in the chat have asked, Jacob McCoy especially says, if people haven't played Breath of the Wild, is Tears of the Kingdom a good starting point, or should they play Breath of the Wild?
Breath of the Wild first, in my opinion. I guess like the Tears of the Kingdom is like an evolution, 100%. It's not the same vibe as Breath of the Wild. Breath of the Wild was like a very calm, relaxing, open air game.
Yeah.
Lots of exploring and like just taking in like the views and like the world. Tears of the Kingdom already just has that set up and just piles a whole bunch of shit
Yeah.
on it.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't. You can play Tears of the Kingdom first. You'll be a little bit confused on the story.
Yeah.
But I still recommend doing Breath of the Wild first.
Yeah.
At least a little bit. You don't have to beat the game, but just like understand like the base world.
Yeah, it kind of trains you on the basics of how the world works and how you kind of move around it, and also like the flow of gameplay in a much safer or like a more approachable environment.
Yeah.
Because Tears of the Kingdom, it jumps straight in. Like it does not mess around. There's actually quite a lengthy like setup sequence at the beginning with the story stuff. But then once you're there, it's like it's very different from the Great Plateau, where it's like you very slowly get to grasps with moving around and floating using your glider and then figuring out towers. This feels like it has an equivalent, like almost like a training quest.
Yeah.
Which is the first one, which is like go to all these points. But because of the way the world is set up, where it's like broken pieces and it's like very like layered in that way, it's way harder to just do that quest. Because took me a while, because I was like, how do I even get up there?
Yeah.
And you have to like start thinking in like 3 dimensions, almost. Like you have to think about, oh, I can jump down there, float down there. There was one point where I was like trying to get on a piece of floating like land, and I was like pushing the stick up to try and get him like to move the centimeter as he's falling, stuff like that. But I think you're right in that Breath of the Wild feels like a better starting point. For people who like want to play the game, how important or how critical is the kind of fusing and building stuff? For some people, like it doesn't work for them. Like their
Yeah.
brains can't work in that way, and it's like I don't know how to solve this thing. Is there options for them?
Yeah, I think almost maybe not. A lot of the game really forces that stuff. I think that they made it lenient enough so that you can like make really basic stuff and still be okay to like complete the things, but like the crazier the better, honestly.
Yeah.
That's what they're really pushing for. Like they really want you to use all the tools. So
Yeah.
Yeah, 'cause, one of the things, like when I watch Tears of the Kingdom gameplay, one of the things I don't know if I have the patience to build in the intricate ways that I think that the game allows you to, and that's one of the great things about the game. I think it's like you can be as creative as you want with it. But I look at that and I'm like, damn, man, I don't know if I got the.
Yeah,
So how
that's-
have y'all found the threshold in which like something like I can just put together this piece of shit raft and it'll be good enough to get where I want to go?
You can do the basics. I think like as a kind of prospect, the moment to moment can be quite exhausting or like not frustrating, but like there's certain kinds of people who, Lucy, I hate to single you out, but
Damn.
Wow.
Yeah.
First I'm being silenced,
the reason
and then
I-
I'm being singled
the reason I
out.
say it is because I'm the same. Where
alright.
I think I'm like, we are very similar in that
Yeah.
there need when I play something or do something, I want to feel a sense of like forward momentum, completion,
Typically a
or
story.
Yeah, a story is something like that. And this is a game where like basic kind of progression is gated behind like puzzles that require a lot of time, attention, and almost like creative thinking.
Yeah.
It's like in the most games you'll be like, oh, here's a massive gap. They'll be like, oh, just jump or like,
Like, oh, I can't
grind,
get there
wall
until
run.
I
With this,
get
it's like
something
I need
else.
to find these pieces, put it together and then get across this thing. And it's like that isn't the main quest. That is just you trying to get to the main quest.
Right.
So people like us, like I definitely went into it at times when I was like playing it where I wasn't in the right mindset or the frame of mind, and I got a little bit frustrated because I was trying to make progress in the game and kind of like forcing my way forward, but the game is built for you to almost like force you to play slower.
They're like, hey,
and
big
think
man,
about
big man,
it.
relax.
Yeah, they're like, chill first, don't worry about this. It's that same kind of, I think that like for you and for me to a degree as well, like there's a high chance of bouncing off.
Okay.
It's the kind of like where it's like you have to work for the fun, or
Yeah, but I want to be involved in the conversation.
yeah. I mean,
Just gotta put in the work then.
And
yeah, it's one of those things where like the process is the fun, and it also doesn't make a song and dance about what you get out of it. Like when you finish something, it's not like, wow, you've got this amazing new thing, here it is. It's just like, all right, good.
Yep.
Wait,
move
are
on.
there Korok seeds again?
Yes.
Yeah, there's like
Does
a
the guy
thousand
do
of
the
them.
little
Yeah.
yeah?
It's the
Yep.
same.
No,
same
that's all I
thing.
need. All
But
I
I
need
mean,
is
like,
the
you collect 10 of them, then you're like, oh, God, this is the same. And like, what did they give us last time? Golden poo or something like
It's
that?
always golden boo.
Yeah.
Golden what?
a golden poop.
Yeah.
Oh shit, that's
Yeah.
what's
Golden
up.
poo.
Yeah.
Because wasn't Dan Reichert the first person to get them all?
I don't know.
I want to say he was one of the first
That's-
people when
that's-
pre-release.
yeah, that sounds like a Dan
That's
Reichert
Yeah.
thing. Yeah.
Please correct me.
Grow
if I'm
up.
wrong, chat.
Even I didn't get them all. So
What?
that's saying something.
In 5,000 hours.
Yeah.
Didn't even
I
bother.
started and I was like, this is not
No,
worth
I'm-
it.
that's
Yeah.
too much.
It is way, no, definitely not. worth it.
Actually, talking about corals, you can strap a rocket onto them now and
Oh,
launch
really?
them off.
Oh, wow.
Oh, they're just little babies.
Plenty you can do
though.
in this game.
Aw.
So give a vendetta against them from the last game.
How much
Yeah.
are y'all allowed to talk about story content, if at all?
Even if I was allowed to, I would not want to.
Yeah.
talk about
Okay.
it.
Yeah,
I
You
think
you
it's
would want to
Sure.
play yourself.
Yeah, I think one of the most attractive part of it, and it's the catch-22 for people like Lucy and me, where it's like, I mean, I was gonna play it anyway, but like now more than ever, the actual story is important.
Yes.
Like, because obviously, I'm not gonna say what, but you learn. Like, they need to, I would say, revise Hyrule Historia after this.
Yes.
Like, because there's some like wild stuff in there that Zelda fans are getting insight into. That's fascinating. Like, and I've been playing Zelda for years, and I was like, it's been a long time since I've been interested in the story of Zelda, like the intricacies of relationships and how we got to here and there and that kind of stuff. So that's the tricky part of it, because it's such a good story and it's such a good, like, filled with good characters, and like Zelda as a character is both more present, also not as present. If you know,
Yeah.
there's like a weird thing happening
Yeah.
in that game
Yeah.
with that character, and it's just like fascinating to see where it's like the actual format and the structure of the story is really interesting in a way I haven't seen Nintendo do before. Like, it's Nintendo are known for telling stories in a very simple way, or not at all. This is a kind of complicated story that's got like depth and emotional resonance, told in a unexpected way where it's layered and fractured, and you have to put the pieces together, and it's really interesting to see. But you have to go through the difficult gameplay stuff to get to that, which is kind of wild.
It's non-sequential like Breath of the Wild because anybody
Yeah.
can be doing it in any order.
Yeah, exactly. Performance issues. How's your experience been?
So I did duplicate Steve Watt's situation with Kakariko Village.
Yeah.
It was raining and it was lagging a bit. Building at all, like fusing stuff together and like making a machine and then just like putting it out into the world. Like if it fights an enemy, that thing, the frame rate's gonna drop to like 10. Sometimes it gets really bad.
Yeah.
That was unfortunate because I was really looking forward to that stuff, and I was like, oh, I got this really cool contraption. I set it out to go attack a base, and it was like 15 FPS for like a second. I'm like, oh,
you hate to see it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
And you're playing on the OLED Switch. I have
I'm playing on OLED, yeah.
I have a day one regular Switch.
Oh no.
So
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, I mean Nintendo. You have to pretty much play on an OLED. I would
Yeah.
say.
Yeah. I mean, this is like also post-patch too, which is like
Oh.
supposedly a performance boost, but
Yeah.
I haven't seen any difference. It's just unfortunate because Breath of the Wild had the same problems, and it seems to kind of persist here. It's just like the more stuff that is happening, it's not like the more stuff, but it's also like what it's doing too. So
Yeah.
if it's multiple turrets looking for things, or if it's multiple like fire effects happening, like those things really add up for sure. Performance.
I think like that is definitely true, and I've had some of that myself. But I never felt like it was ruining the experience for me.
Yeah.
Like it always feels very playable. It's kind of like you know when you're building something, as you're building it, you're like, I'm about to screw these frames because that is you can tell like this is getting elaborate, it's crazy, and something like the Switch is probably gonna have struggles with handling it, and that's exactly what happens.
Yeah.
And like I'm not building crazy contraptions, but if you are that kind of person, you should probably factor in the fact that it's going to be wild. And there's not, I think it's similar on docked as well as handheld.
Supposedly it's better on handheld because it's lower resolution.
Yeah.
But it's either way, it's pretty bad. I mean, Switch is so old.
Yeah.
6 years, man.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Lifetime.
Yeah. But yeah, it's a fantastic game, and I feel like you can already tell that it's very open-ended to the point where, in the same way that Breath of the Wild was, like, we're going to be finding stuff like for years, or you're going to be finding stuff for years.
100%.
Yeah, so
Max, how many things do you think you don't know?
Thousands.
Thousands. Y'all better get ready for some content, bro.
Dude, well, my doc already for like the things I found is already like 80 things long, and that's and that's just small, tiny things. So there's gonna be plenty more.
Yay.
So make sure you're subscribed to youtube.com/GameSpot to see all of that stuff. Max is going to be there. You're a full-time Zelda content creator for us, basically.
Yeah, unfortunately,
This will set unfortunate.
Zeltuber, one of those.
Zeltuber. But yeah, Max, thank you for joining us. We'll free you. I know you're very busy. You got Zelda stuff to do right now.
Go back to editing.
I was very wrong about The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. Before this game actually came out, I really expressed my concerns about the fact that this is the first $70 Nintendo game. I was also a bit worried about the fact that the Nintendo Switch is kind of getting old. How big, how interesting, how good looking can a game actually be on a system that's still meant to be a handheld? Across the board, Tears of the Kingdom is a bigger game, it is a better game, and honestly, it's a more surprising game than even Breath of the Wild. But let's talk about that. What's up, gamers? Dreamcast Guy here. Hi, hope you're having a great day. If you could like this video and subscribe if you haven't already. Now, this video is going to be completely spoiler-free. A lot of this gameplay is recorded from roughly my first 7 hours of the main mission, so it's not really going to expose any of the crazy big secrets or plot twists. Now, 7 hours of gameplay may sound long. It took me 50 hours to just finish the mainline stuff, and I was actually going pretty hardcore on this. There is seriously, easily over 100 hours of content, and that's just scratching the surface of Tears of the Kingdom. But I want to talk about the gameplay aspects of this and why this actually feels like a proper follow-up to already the biggest Zelda game. Breath of the Wild is obviously a masterpiece. It was a big, groundbreaking step forward in Zelda development. It was a game that had so much focus on your personal journey, the ability to go places, to craft stuff, to make your own special idea of Link's adventure. Whereas Tears of the Kingdom, the main reason this feels even better than that is because honestly, this new ability that you have access to called Ultra Hand. I want to start things off by talking about these new skills we get because they are so freaking different that even after having spent so much time with it, I'm constantly learning new things. So there is essentially 3 major new skills we have in this game. There's Ultra Hand, which is used to take pretty much any object in the environment and glue stuff together. So that means you can chop down trees and stick a bunch of logs together with a post and make a raft. Okay, stuff like that, pretty obvious. But then there's really peculiar stuff. Gluing a hook to a minecart and then putting a jet engine on it to make your own zip line. Being able to craft extra stuff like putting, I don't know, an extra glider together and then riding it down a hill and coasting from one shrine to the next. Being able to actually solve problems in incredibly insane ways. I had times where clearly the game wanted me to walk around the side of a mountain, but instead I built a huge ramp and just ran straight up the side of it. I glued like 50 freaking trees together, put a bunch of platforms on it, and just raced up it in a car that I had constructed. Now, the Ultra Hand is obviously the deepest part of this game. People are going to be using the new battery system to constantly do the most insane stuff possible. I especially like this when it comes to the new dungeons. Now, I don't want to show you too much of that stuff. I wasn't even going to mention the fact that there's dungeons, but now Nintendo themselves has confirmed it. In the dungeons, it's cool to sometimes figure out, all right, can I just glue an icicle to this switch and flip the lever before I'm technically supposed to? There is practically an infinite amount of freedom in Tears of the Kingdom, and that's just with Ultra Hand. Now, the other 2 skills are a little bit different because they're much more situational. First off, there is Ascend. Anytime there is a ceiling above you, you can typically fly straight through it. This doesn't cost you any energy. It doesn't have any sort of cooldown. You can use it whenever you want. So a lot of times, if I was in a cave, a lot of times I'd pop up above just to see the top of a nearby mountain. If you're in a city, you can actually use it to get to upper floors. So you can just go straight into a shop or just actually check out higher levels of the area you're in. It's really interesting. And it kind of has to change the way you're picturing your current place. Like when I'm typically playing a game, I'm sitting there playing my Switch. I'm worried about what's directly in front of me, the problem or monster that's currently trying to devour my delicious eyeballs. Whereas now, I would actually find myself trying to imagine where I was at in a 3-dimensional space with the ceiling above me, going, okay, is it worth it to try and teleport to the top of this volcano or something? That's an interesting twist. Now, the other skill we have that is very situational is called Recall. It's essentially time rewind. So if you see like a water wheel, you can make it go the opposite direction and get past that particular thing you're stuck on. But you can also do some pretty insane stuff, like if a piece of the giant floating islands fall down, you can use it. You could jump on it like a magical freaking elevator and just fly across a huge chunk of the map. There's also really cool times where I managed to do stuff like an enemy throws a rock at me. I would stop it in place in midair and then rewind time so it would go back and kill them with their own rock, with their own actual force. It feels cool, but it is more situational. Now, the final skill we have is something I used the least, but is fun, which is the talent for mergers. You can take objects and stick them together. A rock can be combined with like a spear to make a rock spear. If you're firing an arrow, you can put a bomb on the tip to make a bomb arrow. Now, this is fun particularly in combat because you can put like an ice elemental bit on the tip of an arrow and freeze somebody. Or sometimes it's really cool during the exploration because you can do stuff like put a little bit of, there's these things called bright blooms. They're like little tiny glowing flowers. You can put a bright bloom seed on your arrow, shoot it, and then where it lands, it will light up. It's very interesting, but it does feel even more situational than the other stuff is because, I mean, a lot of times you're not.
Later.
How's it going, everyone? Joey here. I am joined by Jake. I am joined by Triss, and we can't stop playing The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It has been a week. I feel like this release snuck up on me in a way. Like Jake's playing it right now. He can't stop. I kind of feel like this release snuck up on me, kind of, even though we've known about this game for 4 years, right? But to me, you all know I wasn't really that excited for the game because I'm like, it's the same Hyrule, blah, 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 blah. So I was just like, I'll just be excited when I play it. And now I'm playing it. And sometimes it doesn't sit with me yet that, oh, wow, I'm playing a new Zelda game. That's crazy. This game is absolutely nuts. I think we all love it here. Jake, just general thoughts. How much have you played? How are you feeling about the game so far?
I've played several hours. I've been quite busy with other things, so I'm not as far along as everybody else. But I've been like it's like coming back. It's like making me so philosophically, I'm like reflecting about how my life is different than it was when I played Breath of the Wild and how that might be like affecting my perception of things. So it's been like a cool, like weirdly nostalgic experience for this game that isn't that old. Kind of like coming back to it, seeing it in a new lens. I've got so much I'm excited to talk about, but I'm really excited to hear from both of you being so much further ahead than I am.
Yeah, Triss, you can start there. Like, you're probably the furthest of whatever that means. There's not really like a linear path this game follows.
Yeah.
Like, I got to all 4 dungeons, but I didn't get the Master Sword yet, which Triss got. So yeah, we're all like kind of just in different parts of the game, essentially.
Yeah. So before Triss, before you answer that, do we want to lay down our spoiler rules?
True.
Yeah, let's do that real quick.
Okay.
Let's do that real quick.
So basically, gameplay-wise, if for some reason you haven't played the game yet and you don't want to know there are dungeons, sorry, I just spoiled that for you. But I think at this point you should know by now. So I think just for spoiler rules, we're not going to talk about anything major in the story that's beyond like the Great Sky Island or like what happens after you beat the dungeons and whatnot. We're pretty much not going to talk about what you get from the dungeons either, although most of you probably know we just want to be super safe there. So if you're still like playing the game, if you haven't beaten it yet, you're still safe. We're not going to get into any like end game stuff or anything that happens like major plot points story-wise, if that makes sense. We haven't even beaten it yet.
Exactly. So we can't even talk about that yet.
Exactly. Yeah. So we'll be pretty safe story-wise, but gameplay-wise, it's going to be a little bit shaky. But you know, it's been a week. You've had time. Yeah. So Triss, how you feeling? You're the big Zelda fan here, so tell us why this is your game of the century.
You know, I think what's really interesting is you mentioned the idea of the progression, how we can't really... It's kind of hard to grasp who's further along, because you're right, I got the Master Sword, but you've been to all the dungeons, I've only been to one dungeon.
Yeah.
So it's really different. It's really different, the sense of progression there, because the way they divide up the idea of the main quests. Like, I followed the quest to go check out the different glyphs, so that, you know, led me in a completely different direction than people that went and focused in on the different element of the main story quest that led you to the different dungeons and all that. I've done one, and I really, really like the one that I did, and I really enjoy the experience that I've gotten out of this so far. But to say I'm further along, I feel like is really hard to say for sure. I mean, Joey, both you and I, rather early in our experience, went to Hyrule Castle for
Yes.
different reasons, for guides, pretty much. Because I went to get the Champion's Tunic after finding like a side quest from like Zelda's Journal, which you can find very early in the game.
First of
just
all, people say like that's Zelda's house now. It was my house first. It was Link's house first, and she just straight up like, "Hey, Link, thanks for saving me. I'm gonna take this house." Darn.
Did you
Link.
see the picture of the horse in there? Did you see that yellow horse?
Yes, yes.
I love that place. That place rules. I was like, I didn't even realize it was Zelda's house. I was just like, who is this golden
Jake,
horse?
that's
dude?
a horse you can get to
That
if
is a
you
horse you can
follow a
get.
story quest. Not a story quest,
Yep.
a side quest. So
Yep.
I'll have to tell you about that.
In this one?
Yes. Yes.
I'm taking notes during this discussion. I'm taking notes. All right. Wait, I have a question for Triss. Triss,
yeah.
You came off the preview so hot, so excited for this game. Now you've put a considerable amount of hours in. Has it delivered? Are you just like up in a sky island with hype right now? What's the feeling? What's the emotional feeling?
I chose this background behind me intentionally. Yeah. No, I'm definitely like way up there. Like I can't have a picture. I'm over the moon with this game, honestly. Like everything I've experienced so far, outside of like the occasional like criticism that I even had back with Breath of the Wild, I'm thoroughly enjoying this game, and it is delivering on like every aspect I wanted, even back in Breath of the Wild, in ways I didn't even realize at first. Like people that follow me on Twitter have seen me posting clips of like fighting like giant enemies. And just the thrill of fighting these enemies is so much more than I got from fighting like Lionels and Hinoxes in Breath of the Wild. Those were cool, but there's like an epic energy to fighting some of the giant bosses in the world this time that I didn't quite feel before. So even on that level, it's delivering in ways I didn't even realize I wanted.
Ooh, so big surprise in the combat. Joey, have you had kind of like a big surprise? Have you had something that you didn't expect and you've either really liked it or really not liked it?
Yeah, here's a game, not really a gameplay spoiler, because like I said, if you've been playing the game for a week, you should know by now the depths are a thing.
Oh gosh, the depths.
That shook me. I was like, what? Because I remember hearing like maybe there was underground. I don't know if it was a leak beforehand. I don't know if it was just pure speculation that there would be.
It was the commercial, Joey. It was the leaked commercial. That's what they had, that little underground area. Now we know, not only can you go up, you go down in the Zelda game.
You go deep down.
Go down.
And even though the commercial did like say that, I still maybe thought, okay, maybe there's just like one small like hole you go down. It's not a whole underground system, right?
Right.
And I haven't explored it too much. I've explored it a bit, maybe about an hour, maybe 2 hours total. I would say I still feel like I haven't even like scratched the surface or scratched the depths, I should say, of just what's down there. I know like the enemies are different too. This time they take away your hearts and you can't get them back until like you go up to the surface or you find one of those light things. But Jake, you said you explored it for several hours, so I want to hear your thoughts on the depths as well.
Yeah, I don't know what was wrong with me, but there was like the only night I've had so far since getting this game where I could really stay up late playing it. For some reason, I was like, I'm doing 4 or 5 hours in the depths.
Wow.
I don't know why, but that's just what happened. And I think there's probably, it felt like I entered the game at the end of a quest line, because there's probably a point where it kind of pushes you towards the depths and says, hey, go in the depths here. And I was just out in the world being a big dum-dum. The game kind of tells you which dungeon to go to first, and I decided I was going to throw caution to the wind. And I said, I have to go see the Gorons, and nothing is going to stop me. So that's kind of where I went to first in the game. And I think it was on my way there, I see Big Hole. And I see Big Hole, I must go down. I simply must. I simply must.
I need to stress, like, that the presentation of the very first time, wherever it is,
hysterical.
The very first time you enter into the depths, that like droning music starting to kick in as you get like some sort of view, depending on where you enter. It's either complete pitch black view, maybe you see a couple like the glowing like fires, or maybe you see like where you enter in this like a campfire set just there. That first moment, dropping down into the depths, insane.
Yeah.
Insane.
Triss, you literally have one of your little glowy flower things, and you go, surely it will hit a wall. Surely it will hit a wall. and it just keeps going. So no, yeah, the depths are awesome. So I go down into the depths, and the reason why I spent so many hours in there is I felt like I was getting away with murder. You have to understand, I have like 5 hearts. So when I'm down there and I'm like doing work, I'm like killing bokoblins left and right, I'm taking things out, I'm getting resources, and then I get skeleton horse. You know about bony horse?
Yep.
And
the skeleton horses.
Bone horse is not affected by dangerous goop. So you can just go. And I felt like a criminal on the run, and I was like, I can't stop my depths run. I am simply finding too much success. So I find the ability that we get down there. I do that whole quest line. I do that little boss battle, by the way, which was lit as heck.
That was a great boss. That was a great boss.
Reminded me of Batman Arkham Knight, but in a good way. But then, like, you're adventuring down there longer. You find little areas that are like, oh, you can build little vehicles here. We'll give you all the parts. So I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna keep going. And then you find really crazy little secrets in there, things that are talking to you all of a sudden. And I love the depths. Big fan of the depths. I think it exposes a couple of my criticisms with the game, but I don't care because I feel like the vibes are off the charts. And I think something, you know, the beginning of a game, of this kind of game, plus the beginning of Breath of the Wild, they do this thing at the beginning before you have all of your resources figured out, before you have all of your hearts and your stamina, where you feel like you have to keep your head in the game. And I think, you know what I mean? It's like you have to have guts. You have to, never in the game do they tell you you can pretty much beat any combat encounter if you just go for it. If you just run at that enemy, get in their face, you have a human brain that can react to things. They do not. And I think that feeling, that beginning of the game feeling combined with the depths was a really exciting twist on what you got in Breath of the Wild when you had never played the game before and you were a little scared of every blue bokoblin, you know?
Yeah, I feel like it's harder too. Like I feel like Link takes punches way worse now in this, and I don't know if that's just because I haven't upgraded my armor that much. I feel like it's more difficult to upgrade your armor in this game. For one, you have to do all this instrument like band stuff to unlock the Great Fairies. I'm trying to get my champion tunic upgraded, but I need to get a scale from that dragon that's so high in the sky, almost impossible to get to. I found out there's a main quest that lets you get it easier, but still, it's just, I feel like I have to keep making recipes that increase defense and, like, you know, just recipes in general that refill your hearts and stuff. I'm definitely on a like all heart run. That's like the number one thing I'm getting is the hearts with those, you know, all those shrines. I was hoping that it wouldn't have to come to that again. I was hoping that maybe the amount of shrines you need are less, or like instead of 4 orbs you need 3 instead. But that's not the case here. You still got to do 4 shrines in order to get like a stamina increase, a heart increase. In the end, I don't feel like it's too bad. I just kind of wish it was, I don't know, easier in that
Joey,
sense.
do you not like the shrines? Is this you saying you don't like the shrines?
I have a love-hate relationship with the shrines. You know, there's a part of me that wants to explore the world, just explore, and there's another part of me that does want to beat the shrines so I can like increase my stamina and my hearts. And I feel like they're at odds. They clash with each other. I still think the shrines are cool. There's some really good shrines. One of my favorite ones is one where you have to connect bridges to each other using Ultra Hand, and I thought this is a jolly good time. But I find it odd when I'm like, how many hours in the game? 20 maybe? And I come across a trial shrine that teaches you how to use your shield. Very odd.
Can I give you my defense for that? I've thought about
ahead.
this too, Joey. I think I have a defense for it. I think that there is a lot of cumbersome control stuff in this video game.
Seriously?
Yeah, and I think that this game is having a war with itself where it's either going, okay, we're gonna give you everything at once really, really fast, here you go, we're not gonna explain any of it too much, and trying to stretch that out. And I think what's happening here is obviously it's non-linear, and that's kind of why you're getting these things in the order you're getting them, but I also think that maybe it's not so bad to just be several hours into the game and get reminded. And to be, you know what I mean? And get to, even if maybe you didn't know this thing before, maybe you already did, but just for something in the game to go, hey, you can parry. And I go, oh yeah, I can't parry. Because you know what's happening to me?
That's the last try I did, pretty much.
Okay,
was that one.
the thing that's happening to me is I'm playing the game and I have an alarm set to my phone now to go off on the hour every hour to go, Jake, remember you can ascend.
Yes.
And I
never forget that.
I
because
always
Ascend's my favorite. I freaking love Ascend. And what I kind of forget about is Fuse a bit, but lately I've been remembering it a lot because, oh man, we're already kind of getting into criticisms right now. So let me tell you one.
That's okay.
I used to be an avid defender of weapon durability. I hate it now. It sucks.
Really?
It's awful. It's
Tell me
terrible.
why.
I hate how it does. I hate how it's handled in Tears of the Kingdom because for one, all the traditional weapons, like the sword, not the Zonai weapons, but and not the Bacolan wooden weapons either, but all like the metallic weapons are rusted now because of the upheaval in the game. And I get why they did that to encourage, not force, encourage. It's forced. Forces you to use Fuse to make those weapons better. And I just hate that every time I have to get a degraded weapon, I have to be like, okay, I can't use this until I go into my menu, I drop a Zonai device thing, or not a Zonai device, but like, one of the horns that an enemy drops.
Right.
And then I have to, I can't just go do it from my menu. I have to drop it. And then I have to switch to Fuse. And then I have to press Y.
Oh yeah, you're right. You do have to drop it.
It could definitely be a lot less cumbersome for sure to be able to fuse things. Like it would be a lot better to have the option to do that in the menu and kind of do it how you want. On the weapon specifically though, and I realize this because you haven't explored the depths. In the depths, you find the non-corroded weapons rather frequently, actually. Rather frequently. There are literally like ghosts of soldiers standing on like pillars, and they like deliver to you, like they're holding it out, like the non-corroded weapons. And you can get it from them. They have like a little like sparkle in the name, and they're the versions of the weapons from Breath of the Wild that are better.
But even then, it's just the fact that most of them are corroded anyway. I've only come across 2 of those dudes in the depths in all my time exploring the depths. So yeah, I don't know. I'm on the side of just weapon durability sucks. And I would have been fine with it if they gave us an option to, give us a blacksmith. Where was the blacksmith?
Yeah.
I thought like when I saw the gameplay footage, the 10-minute gameplay footage, that Fuse would be like a way to like rebuild those weapons, like not something you have to use often, but you have to use it all the frickin' time if you want. Not even just the non-corroded weapons. Most of them are weak with their attack unless you fuse it with something. And it's just a cumbersome process. And it's either way, like all the criticisms I have with this game don't like completely obliterate my enjoyment of it, right?
Right.
But there's a lot that's cumbersome about this system. And Jake and I were talking about it yesterday. Throwing stuff is completely overcomplicated.
That is way more complicated than it needs to be. I was talking to my partner about this yesterday, and it's like I feel like you know how you could press like left or right on the D-pad to swap your shield or your swords, and you can press up to open the material menu. But I think from pressing up, if you have a button to drop, there should literally just be a button to throw with that menu open.
Yes.
Like press the R button while that menu is open and you're just ready to throw it.
Why doesn't that work, Triss?
That should be it.
It is so insane that they said the way we want to do this is that you need to have Link go, and then go, oh, now I got it. Like,
yeah,
what?
It's weird. That is that's awkward. It's awkward.
It's bizarre. It's really bizarre. Yeah, I think like that's about the worst of it for like the criticisms. But I guess another thing I have is like, there are memories in the game. If you didn't know that, sorry, but you should have. If you did Impas, just do some main adventures, guys. Come on, like
Joey, I told everybody back when we did our preview. I said I had all the answers. I said there were memories in the game, so they already know.
They already know. You're right.
They already know.
That's true. You're right.
Like on one hand, the memories in this game are better than in Breath of the Wild. I think like there's better like characters in there. There's a scene where one of them gets super angry because of something tragic that happens. And I'm like, oh man, yes, get angry, dude, do it. Feel some emotion.
Yeah.
But they're out of order. That's so annoying. Like it was like the memories in Breath of the Wild as well. Like they were out of order. That one was more forgivable, I'd say, because a lot of the events that happen in them are more so self-contained, except for like the last two. But here it's just like I would have preferred if these memories were in order. Like the first memory you get, it's like the very first memory, but everything after that is just like one of the characters is already like. It's just something happens to them, and it's just like, oh, would have liked to see that before watching this one. Thanks. So, yeah, overall memories are better, but they needed to be in order somehow. Like that's just nuts.
Yeah, I do like the fact that there are memories in this case, because I think I was learning that there were memories. I was worried it was going to be like, is Link going to learn? Is this going to be, instead of his fixing his amnesia, this is going to be what happened at the time he was unconscious again? I was worried it was going to be that. I like what they are this time, but I do agree a little bit more order would be nice. There is a sense of following Impa's quest that goes to them. You do get a sense of an order, but it's not spelled out to you as nicely as it could have been.
It's not spelled out at all, I think. I couldn't tell.
I think Impa should have given you a recommended order that she intends to check them out, and I think that would have made that a good idea. Better.
That's
because if they want to go find it out of order, yeah, you could totally go do that. But otherwise, it gives you kind of like how your Pura recommends you go to Rito Village first for your first main story quest. I would have liked if Impa did the same kind of thing of this is the path we're gonna take to go explore these glyphs if you would like to do the same.
Yeah, Tris, that's cool. They could have even showed it on your map with like a line between each one. They could have, you know what I mean? And that could have been like a path from one to the next to the next to the next. I think that's a really good idea. I'm wondering now, just hearing this from both of you, do you feel like, I've been playing this game and I feel like it is at war with itself in terms of the go anywhere, do anything, like in any order. I'm not seeing how the do anything in any order is like helping this game structurally, or I also feel like its narrative conceit is completely different from Breath of the Wild, where you wake up, you have amnesia. Not only are you, several different aspects of that game are about discovery. And now this game, like, sometimes pretends it's about discovery and has some like carryover from Breath of the Wild where it's like, yeah, it's about that. But the narrative conceit is not at all about that. And I feel like sometimes it's trying to shoehorn in this stuff and then it doesn't fit, like these memories, getting them out of order. And I almost wonder if there's a version of this game that I'd appreciate more if they just did some Metroid nonsense and they stopped you from getting, you know what I mean? It was like, no, you gotta go to this one first, or else you can't go over there.
Yeah, you're pretty much describing the old formula too. Like everything that started from Ocarina of Time and then up until Skyward Sword. That was pretty much how it was supposed to be in a Metroidvania, for better or for worse, in that sense. Because you were closed off. The path was closed off until you got an item, and then and then pretty much everything would open up from there.
Yeah.
And this new formula is purposefully avoiding that because, like, everyone complained about that. Not everyone, but people were starting to think
they want to find something new.
They want to try something new, yes. And I've thought that's what was going to happen because the Great Sky Island is very much like that. It's not like the Great Plateau where you can start off anywhere, go anywhere. The Sky Island sets you on a path because you're supposed to get these particular set of skills in order to continue on and then get off the Sky Island. But once you get on land, once you jump off, it's all like, all right, let's go anywhere we want. And I don't want to think we're getting too negative here with this game, because in the end, we still really enjoy it, and we're going to talk about the positives here in a second. But yeah, I agree with you, Jake. The game is kind of at war with itself in the whole, we want like absolute freedom, but at what cost?
Another way to kind of fix that issue, because a lot of that being at odds with itself really is in the form of the presentation behind the memories. And I think, other than, Impa giving you an order, I almost feel like just the idea of them not being accessible until after completing either all of the dungeons or one of the dungeons, like just making them only appear after a certain point, actually might have been part of the fix to that too. That I think they got a little too hung up on trying to make sure the game is open discoverability, just like Breath of the Wild, but cranked up even more. That I do kind of agree. I think it did slightly take away from it in that case, because these are still very great as they are. Like what they are very great. but I think the exact way to get them, the exact presentation behind how you get to them and reach them could have been done a little bit better to complement the gameplay rather than be at odds with it.
To kind of set our path more towards, Joey, what I think you were trying to push towards the positive end.
Yeah.
I think it's worth saying that, and I know we all feel this way. I've been trying and reflecting on what my like overall feelings are about the game, and I'll kind of, I think, save that for a future discussion. But I think it's worth saying that like this even if I could have 100 criticisms about this game, it's still better than like 99% of video games.
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, and that's just kind of how I feel about it. It's like, yeah, I can kind of like poke and say all these things that I don't like about it. Raru's voice, that wouldn't have been my choice. But you know, oh yeah, it's so boring. So generic fantasy person. Could you imagine if it was interesting? A novel idea. But the fact that this game, I think, especially on the Switch, runs as well as it does, and is successful in, I think, addressing a lot. Like, every time we see cutscenes in this game, it is exciting in a way that I don't think it was in Breath of the Wild. There's a dynamic something energy going on in this game. And I don't know about you, Joey, every time I see a shrine, I'm so excited.
Nice.
I don't know if I'm like shrine blind. Maybe this is like my color blindness coming up. Maybe I've got a problem. I am having such a hard time finding shrines, and we won't say it now, but before this call, I asked you if you knew how many there were. You told me, and I almost pooped myself. I was like, where are they?
Where? Yeah, I get excited when I see a shrine only because I'm like, hey, fast travel point. But yeah.
Wait. There was one I really liked that I just did. I'm sure you've seen it. It's like the pinball one. Did you do this?
Yes.
No, I didn't.
Yes.
That's so cool.
Oh my god, I love this one. Yeah, you have to like make
fun.
like a little paddle and hit a spot. I was like, this is genius.
Oh wait, yeah. I've done that one. I've totally done that one. I think Andre cheesed that one in his live stream too.
Okay, and then there was another one I really liked where it's so simple, but you like make a little car and it pulls like a bridge behind it so that you can cross over the lava. I think the Ultra Hand is really like setting the shrines up to be successful in a way that I think a lot of the shrines in Breath of the Wild kind of like wanted this. They wanted that kind of, you know, build your own little answer thing. But now with Ultra Hand, I feel like I'm really doing it in a way that it like feels so empowering and cool. And I love the shrines. Yeah.
I think that's really because so many of the shrines in Breath of the Wild relied on the Sheikah runes, like Magnesis and Stasis, and things that, for the most part, in the overworld, were more situational in terms of when and where you use them. But now, you can use your abilities anywhere with almost anything. So every shrine feels like, here's another way you could do this if you haven't thought of it. And I actually like the majority of the shrines from what I've experienced at least. Majority of the shrines I like better in this than in Breath of the Wild.
Oh, yeah.
I did not dislike them in Breath of the Wild, but I'm really enjoying them in this one. With the exception of the ones of the combat shrines that take everything away from you, and they're like, good luck.
Those are
I like those, but they're frustrating and they're long. So it's like, there's a lot of times where I'll unlock a shrine, I'll walk in, I'll see Link has no equipment, I go, no, I'm doing this one later. Mostly because I find it and I unlock it when I'm like, recording for a guide or like trying to do something for our content. I'm like, I do not have the time for this shrine right now. These take me like half an hour.
Hey, hope you liked Eventide Island, because there's like 9 of those in this game.
I really like those shrines. I'm surprised.
I really like them. I do actually really like them.
Yeah.
It's just most of the times I've encountered them, it's a no, not right now. That's gonna take me half an hour to figure this out.
They're very time consuming.
I'm in the middle. Yeah, they're very time consuming. They are really satisfying to overcome though, because they really make you think outside the box and like really look at the resources that are all around you.
Yep.
Yeah, and honestly, that's almost like it's almost like a tailored experience in the way that I want some of the other stuff in the game to be. That it's like more directed, because sometimes when I'm in a combat encounter out in the world, I do feel maybe it's a little too. I can just pull out a bomb arrow and I can just, and I'm like, and there's nothing, Does anybody? Have either of you felt that?
I don't have a lot. I can never find bomb flowers that much. So.
Oh my god, I'm swimming in them, Joe.
All right,
they
can you
spawn
give me
naturally
some?
in the depths and in caves.
Yeah, I'm not in the caves or the depths that much.
Okay.
But yeah, I feel like every ability in this game is just infinitely more useful than the Sheikah Slate ability, the Sheikah runes. I thought I wasn't going to use recall that much. I use it all the time. All the time. I'm just like, oh, I need to get up there. Okay, I'm just gonna put you up in the air, this platform for like 5 seconds, drop you, and then recall you, hop on. It's such a. I feel like it's cheating when I use recall. I love Ascend too. That's such a simple but effective ability, which I believe was like a debug cheat one of the developers used in Breath of the Wild, and they were just like, hey, let's turn this into a game mechanic. And I'm like,
that's funny.
You're telling me I can leave a cave at any time now? Oh man, I thought climbing was super intuitive in Breath of the Wild. I'm just like, yes, you don't know how many times I play an open world game like Skyrim and I'm constantly jumping up a hill as I'm sliding down. Now I can just climb stuff. And now I hate climbing. I just want to ascend everything.
That's so funny. Yeah, it's I almost feel like it's making me, I'm going after hearts because I don't need stamina as much. I'm like, stamina's for losers. I have vehicles and I have ascend, and so far I'm doing pretty good. So I've been going after hearts too, but yeah, Joey, I feel the same way. I look back at Breath of the Wild Sheikah rune things, and I'm like, these were for babies, and now I am a grown adult. A lot of what I've been thinking about Tears of the Kingdom as a whole has been, it feels like season 2. It's hard to compare it to Breath of the Wild because it feels like season 2 of a television show, and you would never, and you wouldn't naturally be like, oh, what's better, season 1 or season 2?
It's like,
nah,
like Breath of the Wild was season 1 of The Office. And season 2 of The Office is Tears of the Kingdom. For those who don't know, 2 is significantly better than 1.
Thank you. I needed that. Okay. Tris, I want to ask you, as somebody that's enjoyed, because I haven't gotten too big of a taste of this, so I want you to wet my whistle a little bit. Okay. The story in comparison to other Zelda games, some of your favorite games of all time. Yeah. How are is it delivering in a way that you feel is satisfying? You're like enjoying the story a lot, or is it like a secondary thing? Like how are you feeling about it?
So let me. I know we just had to try to compare to Breath of the Wild. Here's the easiest comparison to make.
Ooh, okay.
Breath of the Wild, so much of its story was self-contained. It was the memories are Link's past that sets up for the world. What's happening with the Zoras only affects what happens with the Zoras. What's happening with the Rito only affects what's happening with the Rito. And barely anyone really cared what was happening with Hyrule in general. Here in Tears of the Kingdom, everyone is invested and interested in what's happening in Hyrule. You have Zonai researchers going out and around exploring because, whoa, this piece of ruins just fell down. And hey, Link, catch me like all the way over there on the other side of the map sometime later because I'm going to go investigate this thing now. And then it fades to black and they're gone. You're like, wow, they're actually traveling. Like, the small level story is already interesting because people are invested in the world. But then the higher level stuff of character involvements, like, you go see what's happening with the Rito, and then while they're trying to figure out their problem, they're concerned with the problem you're bringing up to them. And they want to help your problem too. And it's a matter of this level of world involvement, and the story ties to that are so strong in this game in ways that they weren't in Breath of the Wild. That I think really helps sell this world a lot more and call back to some of my favorite Zeldas, because a lot of my favorite Zeldas are the ones where, shocker, people care about what's happening in the world.
Exactly.
Like Wind Waker had like the whole Dragon Roost Island wanting to help you with what was going on. You had the Resistance in Twilight Princess being like, hey, something's wrong here. We're gonna try to help. And, it's a toss-up depending on if the game actually executed it well or not. But I think here in Tears of the Kingdom, it's really like selling its world with the story so well. And I'm loving that part of it.
Yeah.
Totally.
I think the story for me, because story is one of my favorite parts of Zelda games when it's pulled off really well. I still don't think like it's the reason people play Zelda games, because that's like the gameplay for it. But like I loved Skyward Sword's story. Wind Waker's story was epic. Twilight Princess had such a tragically beautiful ending. Breath of the Wild story, weak AF, like just straight up. As for Tears of the Kingdom, I think it's better. I just don't think it's like still on the same level as those games yet. Maybe that'll change when I get to the end of it. But there is one moment, which I will not spoil, just jaw hit the floor. I was shocked. Triss knows what I'm talking about. Jake, you don't know what I'm talking about. But wow. It was nuts.
Am I anywhere close to it, or is this a long game?
I'll tell you after we're done.
Okay, all right. Small moments. Triss, I'm totally with you on that. It is so fun when I come. I stroll into Hateno Village, and they're like, okay, listen, I make clothes based on mushrooms, and you're gonna spend the next half hour hearing about this. All right, because this is a big. It's the local politics around this are insane.
So funny. It's so funny.
Everyone has an opinion on these mushroom clothes. This is affecting everyone's life, and now you are embroiled in a a mayoral race that is involved with it. And then this guy's over here and he's planting pumpkins and he's like, I gotta work with the genetic modifications of these pumpkins. I'm like, whoa. I love this stuff. This stuff is like really lighting me up because a lot of the main story stuff, I think like I'm really resistant to Link not talking this time around, and I think that's maybe driving a wedge between me and the main story of this game sometimes. I've seen people talk about like how great the intro sequence is out of the cave, which is the first thing in the game, so I feel comfortable talking about it. Yeah. But like Link getting this arm and just kind of like minutes later moving on with his life, I'm a little bit like it's the most triple A video game I think I've ever seen from Nintendo, where you're on like a guided little walk with a secondary character following them. I'm like, what is this? Uncharted? Like, you know what I mean? It's like such a thing. And I think I really was like just disappointed that Link didn't talk in those moments, because sometimes people like act like Link is talking and we just don't hear it, and that kind of bums me out, and it's like a wall between
he talks
me
when
and
he does this.
Yeah, exactly.
It is annoying.
Wait, is he doing that? I'm
during moments in the game, they ask you what happened, and then Link does this.
Oh,
so you're telling me yada yada yada? And it's just like it's getting kind of, and I know people are gonna like say, hey, you can't ever suggest Link talks. That's blasphemy. Link never talks. And all I have to say, I just played. This is totally out of left field. I just played Doom Eternal's expansion, The Ancient Gods. Doom guy never talks ever, right? He talked a little bit in the campaign, but that was during a flashback before he became Doom guy.
Okay.
And then at the end of the game, where he literally kills the devil. He's not called the devil, but he's the devil. The devil asks, do you have any last words for your creator? And then the Doom guy stabs him and goes, no. And I'm like, that was hype! He talked!
Oh my God, Joey, you're right. That's how you do it. Because it's like when I was listening to that album and Taylor Swift said her first cuss word. I was like, ah! You know, it's like, get a moment for Link to say, hello, and I'm like, ah!
Hear me out. That scene in the beginning, in the very beginning, when Zelda falls, how much more impactful would it have been if when he goes to jump after he calls her name?
Quite a bit. It's like got these sparkly like textures to it, and so it's not great right now. But I think by the time it's getting into people's hands and stuff like that, we have drivers updates. Then I think it's going to be great for playing this game.
And real quick, you said previously that you really did not like the weapon degradation system. So does the emulation, whatever it is that you're using, are you able to put cheats on there so you don't have to worry about your stuff breaking?
I think there are cheats, but I haven't figured out how to put them in yet. Like, it's usually very easy on Yuzu. Like, they have like a whole database of all the cheats. You just add them in there, but they're not. They're like on forums and stuff right now. Like, that's where we're at. It's just very cutting edge. And so I haven't been using cheats. Instead, I've just been stressed out the whole time that my weapons are going to break. So that's great.
Fuse them. Rich, you were going to say something before Russ and I.
Yeah. So just to rapid fire through a quick few of the comments, that was one of them. Emilio asked if menuing to apply stuff to arrows is as tedious as it looks. I felt like that menuing isn't as tedious as it looked. I felt like that was pretty much fine. It was pretty easy to get to fusing items onto weapons. I think cooking is still tedious.
Oh,
if
yeah.
you, yeah. So like, I really want to get to a point where I can make 4 versions of a meal at a time. Kyle, you alluded to some quality of life stuff later on. I don't know if that relates to cooking, but maybe there's some more quality of life stuff to look forward to.
Yeah, there is a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, well, in the cooking, you can have recipe cards essentially.
Yeah.
That's not later. That's right from the beginning. As soon as you start cooking, if you just go into the menu and you're like, I think you press a button, I don't know what it was, on a piece of food, it's like bring up the recipe card, and it'll show you all of the recipes that food is in, and it'll show you what ingredients you have and don't have, and it'll tell you which ones you can and can't make. So that's definitely improvement. But what I would very much prefer to do, and I wish that they would, is go up to just a cooking pot and say, bring up the cooking menu and select the recipe and just show me the recipes I have stuff for instead of having to guess.
Also make like 20 of them at one clip. Like
yes.
Yeah.
Please.
Yeah. I don't want to hear that music. It's very well made cooking
great.
music. I don't want to freaking hear it anymore. And I'm only 4 hours in.
Yep.
All right. Anything else? You said lightning round, so you got more, Rich.
Well, people are waiting for ally talk, so I'll make this one quick. It's the last one. Russ addressed how does it play on the ally. I played a little bit on the deck, and some people are asking about that. It's impressive for day 1 performance, or at this point, day 4, excuse me. So it's impressive for that, but I'm not. I see people talking about like.
Yeah, okay, day 4.
Well, I've only played it on the deck for 1 day, 2 days. I've seen people saying they're getting 30 FPS on Steam Deck. I'm nowhere near that. Like I'm getting 20. You are? So yeah, Kyle, I'm gonna share notes with you. We can work it out because I'd love to get to 30 FPS. So that's awesome.
Yeah, I beat the game on it.
Sweet.
There you have it. All right, so. Speaking of other devices, let's go ahead and move on to obviously the other huge news this week. We were kind of joking before the show that I was sitting down and looking for gaming news, and as I typed in gaming news, it was ROG Ally, Zelda, and not much else to talk about because everything got drowned out by those 2 huge things. So let's move on and talk about the ROG Ally. First off, the price is now official. And so here's the question that I want to ask everybody. And Russ, I'm going to start with you. Do you see any reason at all to buy the $600 version of this system?
I do not. So I mentioned this in my comparison video, but when we're talking about having a price difference and it's creature comforts things, like having a better screen, like a glass or whatever, or having more storage, sure, that's like you're paying a premium for that thing, But when it's a performance difference, if I was to buy the $600 one, I would spend the rest of my time with that device wondering what it would be like if I had just bought that $700 one. And so I think that personally, it's always worth it to just kind of make that little upgrade, especially when it comes to a performance perspective. If it's storage, you can kind of work around that later on. And so yeah, for me, the Z1 Extreme is really the only player in the game when it comes to having this handheld be competing with the Steam Deck.
What do you think, Fox? Do you see any reason to pick up the cheaper version of the Asus ROG Ally?
I am still curious about how that specific Z1 operates and performs at lower TDPs, which could change the narrative a bit. So if the Z1, for instance, was challenging Steam Deck at 5 watt, that would be compelling. But I don't know. I have zero idea. The only thing that AMD showed us was 30 watt, and they demonstrated that memory bandwidth and being starved for memory bandwidth is a thing. So I have no idea. I don't know. And we also need to, for me, I need to wait a little bit to see when newer drivers, like official drivers, come in and we can take a closer look at stuff. But it's such a nebulous thing for me that I wouldn't be able to answer you right now because that question is unanswered for me.
So for me, those guys have their hands on the devices. The other 3 of us don't have hands-on device yet. For me, I look at that and one of the things I said in one of my videos was I cannot imagine buying the cheaper one to save $100 and not being saddled with more than $100 of regret. Like, I would be like, oh, I should have bought that better one because it's only $100. And, you know, saying only $100 is a ridiculous thing to say because $100 is a lot of money. It's 1/7 the price of the device. But if you're already going to spend $600, then another $100 to get better performance, that's a no-brainer for me. It's a complete different thing from the Steam Deck, which is kind of what you were saying, Russ, where you're paying extra to get more storage or to get a better screen. Everything about this is the same except for the performance. And so you can upgrade storage. You can't really upgrade performance on something like this. So you're stuck with it.
So what I would like to see is a low end one. You know, a $299 model.
Yes.
Where it's got like a lower spec and it's like, this is the light. This is the indie game one. You know what I mean? That we still don't have a good $299 x86 handheld. And that's what I really want to see. That's the most interesting thing to me, is something that competes with those Android devices at that price point. And so, yeah, that's what I would rather have seen. Not two high-end one, a high-end and a higher end. Like, it doesn't make sense.
Now, Rich, you ended up picking up one. Kyle, did you pick up one or no?
No.
No, not yet. Okay, so Rich, you ended up ordering one. If you had the option, because right now you can only get the more expensive one, but if you had the option to go with the cheaper one, would you have gotten the cheaper one?
No, but I think Carrie raises a good point. If they target like 15 watts and below, 12 watts and below, and somehow this Z1 is better than the Steam Deck at those low wattages, then I would absolutely consider one. But as it is, as far as what we know right now, I don't see a reason to consider the Z1. I think, like you said, $100 is a lot of money, but also so is $600, right? So that initial $600 is a lot of money to spend. On something that, you know, if I spend $100 more, I'll be able to get that much more performance out of it. So that's my logic so far, but I do think it is, we have yet to see those benchmarks. We have yet to see more information, so I'd like to see more for sure.
Kyle, you didn't pick one up. Are you waiting for the cheaper one, or are you just like, Windows?
I'm like, price, because I'm not in the US.
Oh, that's right. Oh my God, yes. So it's what is it? It's 800 euros.
It is $918 for me.
Okay, so I just want to rewind for a second. And a couple of weeks ago when we were talking about this, I was like, I expect this thing to be $1,000. And now that it's $700, the face that I just made when he said it was $900, which is $100 cheaper than I thought it was going to be. It's so fast how your expectation changes. $900. Now
you've been anchored.
Explain that.
So, like in negotiation, right? When you're negotiating something, like you may set like a really high price, and you anchor the person's expectation so that when
okay.
You know what I mean? So yeah, your expectation now has been lowered, so you've changed your perspective.
There, okay, that makes sense. $900. So, what do you think is the right price that would convince you, Kyle?
I mean, 10% more than the top tier Steam Deck, because that's the performance difference. Like, it's not worth an extra $430 on the low tier Steam Deck after a storage upgrade.
Now, some people are saying that has $900 with VAT included. Is that accurate for you guys?
Correct. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so in the U.S., we have to pay sales tax, which everybody pays sales tax all over the place, I'm sure, but our price people don't include sales tax where we live.
Yeah. Well, I mean, yes, that's correct. I did include sales tax, but it's 25%, so it's not a part of the price I can just ignore.
Right.
Like it's much smaller in the U.S. So I mean, that's the all-in cost, obviously. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So let's move on and talk about this question from Mackie. Hopefully, I didn't butcher your name, dude. They said, "What can you do with it with the extra performance compared to the Steam Deck? It just ain't worth it." That's a PS5 and a Switch. So when you put it in those kind of terms, that you could buy this or you could buy a PS5 and a Nintendo Switch, is it worth it? Now, I got to go to our benchmark guy, right? Carrie, you've done extensive benchmarks on this thing. And he did a really great job on his video, by the way, because if you are curious about each little detail, he's got chapter markers throughout the whole thing. So make sure that you go to youtube.com/thefox and spelled PHAWX. Make sure that, because I see people spell it wrong in our comments all the time, which means they can't find your channel. But go there and check out the video with all of the benchmark stuff. What do you think about the benchmarks now that you've got hands-on with it, Carrie?
So in a handheld device, all right, so the benchmarks, if we're comparing it directly to the Steam Deck running SteamOS, you're going to come away from it, even when you're 15 watt to 15 watt. Depending on the game that you're playing, Forza Horizon 5 will outpace Steam Deck running SteamOS for Forza Horizon 5. So that'll be a big increase in performance. You're looking at like 40%. 30 to 40% in that one game. And then in other games like in Cyberpunk, SteamOS is going to pull ahead at 15 watt. It's going to be flipped. So you're going to be looking at that, you go, well, hang on. This is supposed to be less performance. Why am I getting better performance at 15 watt on Steam Deck? So it's very much game dependent on what you're doing. And if you're looking at it through the lens that the device is running on a battery and you actually want to use it as a handheld, to get better performance, you're going to be pushing more watts into it. You're going to be, at that point, you're going to be getting significantly less battery life. And they chose a battery size that I think is too little. Probably it's because of weight reasons that they did it. I really think that they should have at least considered 50 watt hour as a minimum. So you really have to frame it in that context. And if people sometimes. This is a big, heavy conversation, just to speak in general, because when people look at these things, especially back in the old days when we used to have older hardware that was less performant, people would always just say, oh, I'll just get a Switch for 300, or I'll just get a laptop that has a GPU. I'm like, first off, a Switch, fine, but you're limited to Switch games. But a laptop, you're not busting out a laptop with a controller and play for 20 minutes on a bus somewhere. You're not doing that, so I don't know why you're bringing up that conversation at all, but that's a whole other thing, and I digress a bit. The bottom line is that, no, the performance where it's at right now, because it can be so varied, that it's still not there, and it is a bit disappointing. You have to look at it through the lens of what you're looking to play for. The CPU on the Ally will destroy the Steam Deck's CPU. Also, with the ATX 512 extensions, you'll be able to get the benefit of using that on RPCS3 emulation, which will then heavily outperform the Steam Deck as well. So through specific lenses, yes, the performance upgrade looks significant. Through other lenses, no. So it becomes a little bit murky at best. And then if we really frame in how that looks against the battery at lower TDPs, at the current moment, it doesn't look good. But the Steam Deck is a low TDP champ anyway. That's been forever, no matter which way you look at it. Even on 7840U, I have 7840U is not competing at Steam Deck at 5 watt. And it's barely competing at 10 watt. And sometimes it trades blows, but even then. So yeah, we're not there yet. And probably a reason why we don't see a proper Steam Deck 2.
So let me add one little thing to what Carrie's bringing in, just kind of that real world thing, because I don't know the numbers, because I'm not good at that stuff. So I've been playing through Final Fantasy VII Remake, and I've been, I can just kind of go back and forth. I love Steam Cloud, right? So I can play it on my PC and then go on the Steam Deck or whatever. And on Steam Deck, I run it at 720p, low settings for everything, and I then lock it at 60 frames or 30 frames per second. And it's fine. Like, it's just like a mini console experience, very smooth. Like, I have no issues. If I've got an hour to kill, I can grab the ROG Ally, do 1080p, high textures, low shadows, and then I put it on 60 frames per second, but really you get about 50. But with the VRR, like you don't notice, like it's fine. You know what I mean? And that's a really good hour, and that's an hour I can't get on the Steam Deck. And so that's one specific use case, right? And that's obviously we're just talking about 1 hour here, but that's how much time I have often to play games if I just need a break for a bit before going back to working on the video. So in that case, like, man, I've been playing the heck out of the ROG Ally, way more than I was expecting because of that one specific use case. So just one thing to kind of put in perspective is yes, it's like numbers wise, there's a lot that's still like work that needs to be done. But at least me with my practical use, like I'm enjoying it way more than I was expecting. So that is kind of a neat aspect.
Yeah, no, to echo what Russ is saying as well, that's actually super huge. VRR has won me over a bunch. And it's far easier for from a casual point of view to just not really care about TDP and everything, just set it at 15 watt and let the screen handle the inconsistencies. So that is actually huge. I still do consider the ROG Ally, if you were to take a look at Steam Deck versus the ROG Ally and your preference was to go to Windows, I would suggest the ROG Ally because Windows on the Ally is superior than Steam Deck is on Windows, which is terrible. It's a very bad experience, especially setting it up. Whereas Asus is answering a lot of questions about how to make the handheld experience on Windows better. Even with how buggy Armory Crate is right now, there still is a lot of like, you can see the answers to a lot of the different questions. So from that point of view of, again, how you are framing the question and like what you want to do, I would say yes for if you wanted to use Windows for the Ally.
So, real quick to tack on to what Russ was saying about battery, when the Steam Deck first came out, everybody was complaining about the battery. They were like, the battery is terrible, the fan's terrible. Like, that's the complaint that everybody heard. For me, the battery, I never really ran into it because I don't play games for that long. So I don't know that that would impact me specifically. But, you know, there's a lot of other people out there who sit down and they play for games for hours. Like I was talking to a friend of mine and we were just talking about games in general. And he said, you know, he said something and I go, wait, how long did you spend in one sitting? And he goes, 10 hours. And I was like, I don't understand how anybody can do that. Like, I might have been able to do that back in like my 20s playing World of Warcraft, but like these days, no, I don't play games for that long. I usually I sit down 45 minutes, get up, go do something else, maybe work on a video, maybe do the dishes, come back 45 minutes, like that kind of thing. So that's one thing that you always have to keep in mind, your use case, and not just depend on, well, bigger number, better. And something like that's one thing to keep in mind. Now I have a question, two questions that people put in chat. First off, this one's for Kyle. In the EU, what's the price of a 512 Steam Deck? Because we're kind of comparing the price of the ROG Ally. Do you know how much it is off the top of your head?
Yeah, after VAT, it comes out to about $730.
Okay.
But if you get the 64 gig Steam Deck and an SSD upgrade, it comes in at about $500. So you can get it for about half the price of an Ally.
All right. And then another question that somebody asked, they said, this one's from Jermaine English, they said, if you already have a Steam Deck, why would you spend another $700 for the Ally? And my answer is because I'm a content creator, and this is an interesting thing, and I want to be able to make videos about it. But I don't think that this is for people who have the Steam Deck. I think this is for people who didn't buy the Steam Deck, and they're like, oh, here's another handheld. Just like I've said this in many of my videos. When I bought the Steam Deck 1, when they bring out the Steam Deck 2, I don't necessarily need to pick that one up. Maybe I'll pick up the Steam Deck 3 or Steam Deck 4, depending on when they come out. Rich, what do you think about this? Would you, if you weren't making videos for this nonsense, would you spend $700 on this?
Not if I already had a Steam Deck, no. And what I say too is that I think if someone were to ask me which one to get, I think I would ask them a bunch of questions, and it would be pretty easy to determine which one that I would suggest that they buy. Like if they are more of the tentpole gamer, meaning they buy on average, they look to the big games, the I don't know what's a good example here, like not Redfall, but you know, the big tentpole games, the Forsaken, Dead Space, things like that, then I might point them to the Ally, especially if they're in the US and the price is reasonable compared to Sweden. But if they were someone that kind of just played their existing backlog from Steam, that's probably something that I would recommend the Steam Deck to. So there are a lot of questions I would ask for anyone. Actually, if you don't mind, I also had a question about the battery, because Carrie, you said you would say that 50 watt hours is sort of the minimum, and that's something I've said before with the Neo 2, so with like a 6800U chip, but I don't think it's obvious, excuse me, to a lot of people why 50 watt hours is the minimum for something like 6800U, 7040U, Z1 Extreme, why you see it that way, versus the Steam Deck, which does have a 40 watt hour battery, and that seems reasonable. So what would you say to that?
Well, so this is actually this is a really delicate situation. There's some people that are really hardcore. They don't consider the Steam Deck to be a handheld because it's just too large. So they have their own, this is not a handheld. A handheld is a PS Vita. And, you know, some people just want way smaller devices. So inside of those smaller devices, you have literal physical problems that you can't just cram a big battery in it. The problem with the Steam Deck is it is objectively one of the largest handhelds that are there. So to have such a small battery on there, I'm not sure why going up to a 50 watt hour battery, if it's maybe 50, 60, 70 more grams in weight, I don't think that is something that is going to make or break anyone from picking it up and going, nope, too heavy. But some people might. So I don't know the specifics to that. Like, there might be a whole marketing data thing about people picking up things and not like, oh no, 10 grams, this is the line, we can't go over there. So I don't know that particular thing. All I know is that the WinMax 2 is 1 kilogram, and I'm okay with that. But that has almost a 70 watt hour battery. And here's my deal. I am utilitarian. I am function over form all the time. It still needs to work good. And as long as it does work, as long as it works good, it's the same idea as photographers say the best camera that you have with you is the best camera is the one that you have with you. And whenever I talk to people about candy bar handhelds and stuff, especially on Windows, I was like, well, it kind of sucks because, you know, the virtual keyboard sucks. And they're like, oh, I'm just going to bring a Bluetooth keyboard with me. And that's such a bizarre answer to me because I'm not going to be carrying a Bluetooth keyboard. I don't care how many times it folds and how you origami a fold.
The legend.
Talking about a little Zelda game that's not getting a lot of coverage online. Thought I'd shine a bit of a spotlight on a hidden gem. Today we're talking about The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. The wait is over. Now for your boy, it ended a little bit earlier because I packed my bags and I headed to New Zealand, or at least I tried to, but Nintendo's storefront is very obscure and weird where I couldn't use my debit card in another region. The times. I made a trip to New Zealand for Hogwarts Legacy, but you make it so difficult. So thank goodness for our editor Lockmore, because then I packed my bags and I went to Brussels, and there he helped me out, and I got the game a little bit early, so I was able to put a lot more hours in than I expected. And look, y'all already can tell based off the last couple of uploads with Ocarina of Time and Wind Waker that I like Zelda, but I've never loved Zelda. If there's one Zelda game I can point out and say I love that game, it's pure nostalgia, and it's the original Link's Awakening on Game Boy Color. I adore that game. And there are ones that I did like or really enjoy, but I've never felt a strong adoration for Zelda, even in a post-Breath of the Wild world. However, as Tears of the Kingdom showed more and more of itself with the fusing mechanics, the way you interact with the world, oh, did that pique my curiosity, because then I saw a lot of sandbox potential. And I'm happy to say that this game is fantastic. It's marvelous. I'm shocked at how much I like it, love it even. But we'll get into all that. Ladies and gentlemen, if you're new here, you're into nostalgic, retrospective, and the occasional day one Switch review, you're in the right place. Consider subscribing. Welcome aboard. Let's talk about Tears of the Kingdom thus far. So I'm about like 10, 15 hours in right now. And wow. I mean, this game is impressive. I have not seen such a systems-driven video game in so long. I can't even think of the last time. Maybe Breath of the Wild, really. But Tears of the Kingdom is as systems of a video game as you get. The real fun is found in giving you a mechanic and making something as simple as climbing a wall a really fun challenge to tackle. So as the game opens up in this Sky Temple, it is intimidatingly open, and especially if you played Breath of the Wild, you realize like all of Hyrule is down here below me, and that was pretty big the first time around. But what they got right here in Tears of the Kingdom compared to Breath of the Wild, to me, was the meaningful exploration, and that's fueled by the systems-driven design. So as you go go from location to location. There's much more to find in this game. But what I appreciated more than anything is how the interactive systems, I say this with all due respect, and I know Zelda fans are complaining that someone dared to give Tears of the Kingdom a 4 out of 5, so part of my brief criticism of Breath of the Wild here. But some of the systems in the game I felt were a little gimmicky, sometimes creating a complex solution for a simple problem. It's like, I could do this, like a DMC combat system, I could style on you, or I could just kill you, and that's it. So I feel like Tears of the Kingdom has found this middle ground where you have these systems that can get very complex and allow you to solve problems in front of you, and you can make it as simple or as complex as you wish. So an example of this, I built a little bit of a rowboat and I messed up. I had a skill issue, I failed to jump on it, it sailed away because of the wind. I'm like sitting there for 20 minutes, what do I do? So I built another boat, and then I built a second boat, and I started to jump from one boat, then move the boat that was next to it in front of me, and then I kept jumping along because my stamina wasn't high enough for me to swim across this pond. It's little things like that that make Tears of the Kingdom so incredible to me, that I can find solutions to any of these problems as long as I think a little bit. I one time was trying to get up to a section on a cliff, and so I took a bunch of logs, I stitched together my own ladder, and built one and climbed the wall that previously I couldn't because it was covered in ice. Or I went into a shrine and I learned about how these specific stakes, we'll call them, can be stuck into the ground. So after solving this shrine, which involved playing a game of pinball pretty much, I actually went out of the shrine and there was a nearby chest that I couldn't figure out how to access. But because that shrine taught me a very interesting lesson in how the stakes work and how the items interact with the open world itself, I was actually able to insert the stakes into the stone that the chest was near and then build a platform to then stand there and open the chest. That is what this game is all about. There's a reward around every corner for your creativity, and it never really has a distinct rulebook, which is why, as someone who's not a fan of puzzles, I actually love Tears of the Kingdom, because I don't think puzzle is the right word. It's like these intuitive mental challenges, but there's no one way of doing it, like a puzzle typically demands. There are multiple ways you could do it, and you can get as creative as you want, and you can tackle them whenever you want. So there's this sense of true openness and freedom, and it all goes back to being a systems-driven game. They give you so much power off the rip. Being able to shoot myself up through any conceivable surface is an insane amount of freedom, just not knowing where I'm gonna pop out of. That's so exciting. But what's even more exciting is they took the durability system in Breath of the Wild and I think made something really special with it. So a lot of people complain that weapons and whatnot break really easily in Breath of the Wild. And newsflash, if you haven't watched any bit of coverage, they break just as often here in Tears of the Kingdom. But what's cool about it, and maybe this is like the Fallout fan in me speaking, like I like that Fallout has weapon durability. I think it fits the world really well. As your weapons are degrading, you gotta repair them and keep up with them. But here in Tears of the Kingdom, because of this event called the Upheaval, which we're going to stay light on story stuff because I will talk about that in a moment, but I am surprised at the presentation and the focus it's getting. But this upheaval has caused a decaying of the weapon. So they've actually provided lore on why weapons are breaking so easily. But what's really special about the systems-driven design here is every item you find in the game has a specific characteristic and interaction, and it is really overwhelming at first, but you really can get as creative as you want. Like, there are Lego games that dream of being as interactive and putting pieces together as often as you can in Zelda Tears of the Kingdom. It's fascinating. So one time I'm running up to this enemy base. I'm super underleveled. I still died anyway, but I'm super underleveled, super underpowered. So I kill this big bad mini boss like enemy. He drops a horn. I attach it to a stick. Now I'm having a weapon that does 21 damage. So again, even though I died, I was starting to do damage that was more equivalent to that level because I experimented, I found a weakness, I exploited it, took this big bad out, and then used his drop to fuel a weapon that actually could, if I was skilled enough, be able to get through that area. But unfortunately, like, one hit would knock out 4 hearts. So that's what I was messing with, and my armor wasn't high enough to offset that. So yeah, it was cool to see that this game has no true barriers. You just go where you want, when you want, mesh things together however you want, and tackle challenges in whatever way you want. It sounds simple, but there's such an absurd amount of complexity within those systems and the options you have at your fingertips that it's just consistently engrossing. Something like going into a shrine I used to roll my eyes at in Breath of the Wild, like, okay, what's gonna stump me this time? But when I got to that pinball shrine, I was thinking, like, oh, wait, I'm really into figuring this one out, because there are so many ways to interact that it just hooked me in and didn't let go. It's also other shrines where something as simple as manipulating shapes and perspectives goes a long way. The fusion of items to create meaningful weapons, the fusing of objects in the world that build ladders or whatever you want. I mean, it's incredible how interactive this world is. And so I enjoyed Breath of the Wild. I put like maybe 60 hours in, which I know some people go, what? I know. I think I played it a little bit wrong, truthfully. I kind of just went start to finish, explored, did whatever shrines I could. And I'm watching all these videos online of people just doing crazy things. I'm like, that's cool. But what I love most about Tears of the Kingdom and why I know I'll spend way more time in this game is I appreciate Breath of the Wild's ability to say, you can do what you want. And if you're creative and you got that high skill level, you can really just go to the final boss in the game immediately. Like, you can launch yourself off a rock and all this cool stuff. That is amazing. But what I really truly appreciate about Tears of the Kingdom is they have these sandbox elements that are used in the moment-to-moment gameplay, and I think that the skill level is still extremely high. Like, if you have a high creative level, you can get as interactive as you want. But for those who are like me, and I'm gonna be real, like, kind of, I wouldn't say struggled with Breath of the Wild, but I used them in a very simple, one perspective kind of way. Seeing how three-dimensional things are and adding characteristics to every item in the game, there is that barrier now being lowered where it's inviting me to be more creative, and I get it a little bit quicker. So I'm doing things that I never would have imagined way faster. I put an eyeball. This was in one of the Nintendo trailers, but it was still awesome to put an eyeball on one of my arrows and shoot it and watch it home in on an enemy. Like, the amount of characteristics and surprises packed into this game, it's hard for any RPG to compete, right? Like, RPGs are built off of a gear system, right? Like, what's the cool weapon you're gonna unlock? But in Zelda, it takes, like, crafting and cool legendary gear and fuses those ideas together into something special where you're just making these weapons on the fly to suit your needs, and it's special. It's just a special kind of video game. But what I need to emphasize more than anything, with all those systems covered, is that the exploration is enhanced. Like, Breath of the Wild, to me, I don't care about Koroks. I'm sorry if anyone doesn't like that. I don't give a dang about that. And I found the side quests kind of weak, but in Tears of the Kingdom, the storytelling and the focus on it is much stronger, so the world is more interesting to me, especially because, again, we'll talk about it, there's a darker tone. And so going around and finding people, finding objects of importance, I'm stunned at how invested I am in this world. A lot of people have said Breath of the Wild is this Ocarina of Time, whereas what we're seeing in Tears of the Kingdom is more of the Majora's Mask, like more of the darker, amping up the story type of approach. I've not played Majora's Mask, so I'm not 100% sure. But what I can confidently say is this game has a bit more of a gritty tone. If the opening was anything to go by, I'm really surprised at how dark the games get. Because I know, like, other Zelda games will get dark, but this one, again, had a very creepy vibe to it. And there is this sense of Hyrule rebuilding after the calamity and now this upheaval. It's like there's so much this world has been through, and you can kind of feel the pain and struggle. But even though it's so empty in the scheme of things, like vacant of life itself, there are so many things to find in those lands between. It's truly impressive, and the scale of it all is intimidating. You go through this whole section with the Sky Islands, and you're like, yeah, this is a pretty big game. You open the map, you see, oh my god, and then you go to Hyrule, and it's that oh my god moment again. It's insanely big. It's that feeling you get with Elden Ring, for those who played, where when I went into Elden Ring, there's that surface level open world. It's all horizontal. I'm like, okay, nice. I can handle this. Then you go underground. You're like, whoa, 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 hold on, there's more down here, and then go over to this corner, go up here. It's just constantly expanding, and the same feeling is here in Tears of the Kingdom. This sucker is legit. Like, normally when I see those absurd review scores of nearing 100, I understand you look at it with a critical eye, but that's why I felt the need to make this piece of content, because I went in kind of going, okay, I know y'all like Zelda, I get it, but is it actually that good? And this look at the game I've had so far, from story to world to interaction, is super impressive. I understand why people are calling it one of the best open world games, because look, I'm a Bethesda Game Studios fan through and through. Like, to me, what speaks to me with their games like Fallout and Elder Scrolls and the upcoming Starfield is that world interaction, right? Talking to everyone, picking up any object in the world and putting it down, and all these objects having specific characteristics, weights, and how they interact in the world, and can I cook with them and that type of stuff. Can I craft with it? That speaks to me so much. So Zelda takes that idea, and then with the fusing and the enhanced crafting, where it's not so much a survival game, it just amps it up, where it really speaks to my taste this time around, because they took all those core ideas, evolved them further, and then added a whole new layer of ideas, and then a whole new layer of an open world on top of it. This is not just, hey, it's Breath of the Wild 2.0. It will look like it. Like, when you drop into Hyrule, I recognize that, but there's such a well-captured passage of time here that you're going to find so many different things in between. For me, I'm not one of those people who kept dipping back into Breath of the Wild, so undoubtedly this feels a little bit more fresh to me. I think my only critique of this game right now, and it's more of a nitpick, is
It's like a little scary.
But I was all set up, ready to go. Whole scene of her falling and him trying to grab her and he misses. So this is already setting us up for failure. Zelda, I can't think of a Zelda that started with you just in the middle of a situation like this. This is so cool. Usually it's like Link waking up. You gotta like find a sword, you know? We're just like, yeah, we're just doing this. When I was a child, I asked my father if there was something below the castle. He told me there was. Through seeing it for ourselves, we were discussing about it was forbidden. No one in our family knew anything more than that. You coming? Leave me alone. Oh, it's glowing. It's sensing evil. It's sensing evil, chat. Ever since the end of the calamity, the castle has fallen into neglect. But I never could have imagined anything like these tunnels were hiding. She's in good spirits. Oh, the music is getting really creepy. These are ruins from an ancient civilization. Wait, something is written here. Might these ruins be from the Zonai? Oh, I just realized. I don't know why I only just realized. I have full hearts right now. Link is fully powered up right now. So we're definitely gonna lose that. And restart. Oh, you just take a picture? Why did that sound like a normal DSLR? These carvings. I'm sure there's Zonai in Origin. I've seen designs like this in my studies. The Zonai have said to live long ago in the time of the earliest legends. They possess godlike powers and had a prosperous civilization in the sky. Ooh! Like Skyward Sword. Many history books tell us about the Zonai, but none gives us the full picture. Oh, and I have full stat. You're gonna low battery me at the start of the game? Come on. This is what the Zonai look like. They seem so different than us. And such large ears. Well, let's not shame. How did the ruins from a civilization in the sky end up in the castle? It looks like the path ahead goes even deeper this time. The further we go in, the more sounds are being added to this track that we're hearing. I'm hearing bats. I know you guys. Fancy little spin.
You are not hurt, are you, Link?
Come on, it's 3 bats. I beat Ganon last time.
Look at these murals. The written histories of the royal family include stories of a great war fought long ago. It was a conflict between allied tribes, it's only ever referred to as do these murals depict the same? Statues we saw earlier. Look like penguins. My ancestors, the first of Hyrule's royal family, were born from a union with gods who had descended from the heavens. These murals tell a similar story, and if they are accurate, then the gods mentioned were the Zonai. They must have had a relationship with the Hylians of that time, working to establish the kingdom of Hyrule. This figure, he seems to be stealing something of incredible power from the young kingdom.
Tear.
This all aligns with what I've read during my studies. And then this, it shows the Demon King. And the fierce battle against him. If the creature depicted here really does represent the Demon King, then... Incredible! This mural must be the Great War recorded in the royal histories. This is the imprisoning war, and the events that led up to it. Link, this is a huge discovery.
She is happy.
All right then, now to use this invention of Pura's. I'm glad I didn't leave it behind.
Just
It's so
switch.
easy to record. You point it and click. Oh. Oh, it looks like the rest of the murals are obscured. Just what is this place? Maybe we'll find more answers farther ahead. Link, let's keep moving deeper.
Okay. I'm just taking it all in, chat. I'm taking it all in. I don't want to miss anything. I don't want to talk over it. I don't want to miss a story beat. I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be engrossed. I might not be yelling as much as I normally am. At least for the start of this. I love the music. I love the pacing so far. I really feel worried. I feel like something bad's gonna happen. Which is good. I'm good. It's a good feeling. I'm loving this. I know it's short-lived, but I'm loving this adventure with Zelda. Just exploring this with her. It feels surreal. It feels like a big budget game. Like, what do they call it when you have a companion you gotta take care of? Escort? I'm loving it. I know it's about to end, but I'm loving it. My god, this is creepy, man. And the music, the piano keys kicking up. Oh. What is this place? Let's continue. I got chills, chat. Now, I thought they were coming down here to find this guy. Did they just stumble on him? Oh, that's the arm. Do you think he finds an arm? It's here. Oh no.
Seals the darkness. The blade that shatters so easily against my power cannot save you from it.
Oh, no way.
Who carries that fragile sword? Link. Who placed his faith in you? And that was all you could do.
This is awesome. Where you going? You going down or up? Raru. The guy mentioned a Raru. Who's that guy? Okay, this is cool, but like, there just happened to be an arm, and Link's arm just happened to get destroyed, so this makes perfect sense. I got one of those.
Link, finally you wake.
Oh, someone's talking to us? This is the new Navi?
I've heard a great deal about you from Zelda. Your wounds were severe. I am relieved to see you escape death.
Well, we're best at... Wait, his hair's like grown. How long was he
Your
down
arm,
here?
however, was beyond saving. I had to replace it, lest the injury endanger you further.
Do we not get our arm back? How long have I been down here for? Oh my god, he looks sick though. Oh, I love the hair physics. Sorry, playing with my hair. What's that sound? I mean, it looks cool, but it's busted. The sword that seals darkness away, its sacred power. It's just decay. Okay. Can I still use it? Interesting. Interesting that it's giving me that tutorial now. I was attacking bats earlier. Oh, are we like starting in a dungeon? Does this game start in a dungeon? That would be wildly cool. Okay, that's one of the abilities. So we're about to get one of the abilities right away. At least I think. Maybe not. That hand is an ability though. Trailer? This is so cool. Okay. So, okay. I want to platform those, but I feel like I can't yet, I guess. Can I? Can I climb? Let me try. Oh, maybe. No, I can't. Can always come back. Oh, sick. There's a diving. Like in Tomb Raider. This looks just like the start of the last game we did. Did you climb again? I know. There's a lot of faith he had that wasn't shallow water. Landing in water, even at great height, will prevent you from taking damage. I love that. I also love the spray of water after. I'm getting really excited. Chat, I'm getting really excited because we're about to start playing. Like, for real. Oh, new menu! New menu! boys and girls. Look at this. This is very streamlined. Oh my god, I'm so ready. Want me to jump? Oh, we're so I feel like this is gonna cue a little cutscene with the logo. But I just want to take a little look around first. I guess the floating platforms are already here. Oh wow. Alright, here we go. Here we go. Oh, there's a dragon. Oh, I love it. It's that little backing track. Oh, it's so cool! Oh. We might just play the game till we finish, chat. We might just do like a one sitting playthrough right now. Can I get up on these? Oh, they stay full in the water though. Why is everything so amazing to me? Why is that so amazing? It's so cool. It's so cool, chat. Let me find a chord to, yeah, I got one. I'm gonna plug my, my controller in so it doesn't keep yelling at me. What do we think so far, everyone? What do we think of the game so far? Thoughts? We know it's cool. Is that Shenron? Amazing. It's so pretty. It's really pretty. Cool. Can I get a 1 in chat if you've already played some of it? If you're also loving it. And a 2 in chat if you're excited to start it. Oh my god. It's bussin', someone on YouTube said. Yeah, I think it is. I think it is bussin'. I agree. Alright, we're gonna keep playing. I might, unlike Link, I might take this off soon, because it's a little hard to play with nails. We're good for the minute. I'm too excited to even stop to take it off. Ooh, 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 stick. Okay. Oh, and it has a little symbol for attack power now. It did before, actually. It looks different. Sky Shroom. New mushroom. At least I think it's new. It is gorgeous. I want to see it. I want to see it in like full resolution, to be honest, but it still looks very nice. It looks like it might be struggling a little more than Breath of the Wild did, but I think that's because this game is probably going to be filled so much more with content. It's so much more dense already. I remember those. Hello. Hello, little guy. I don't got a shield. It's already running low on energy. Can I? Let's see if I can still do the flurry. Let's see if I can still do the flurry. Oh, I can! Zonai charge. Soldier construct horn. Okay. Alright. So cool. So it looks like I might be able to... Oh, what is this? Oh, there's a wooden stick. That looks new. Let's get that guy out. I wonder how many weapons we can hold. Whoa. Whoa, it's so expansive. Just here alone in this one part of the game. I guess we're in a tutorial, kind of tutorial area maybe. I don't even know where to go first. Uh-oh. What's happening? Uh-oh. Oh, no. Is this good or bad? Oh, he seems friendly. You seem friendly. Link, I have waited for you. Oh. Princess Zelda left something for you in my cat. So that guy knew who Link and Zelda was. This thing is saying that Zelda left something for me. Did Zelda go back in time when she disappeared? Did she go back in time? And give these... I don't want the actual answer. Did she go back in time and leave some things for Link? We already have time travel because of Age of Calamity. Either that or... like a previous reincarnation of Zelda and Link. Maybe this civilization and that creature are so old they were around with the previous Zelda and Link before they got reincarnated, maybe? I'm just thinking out loud. I don't want the actual answer. Oh, wait, but that is hers. So maybe she did go back in time. I am told it is an invaluable tool that will provide you with a direction. It's a Switch. It's just a Switch. It's a Nintendo Switch. Horror Pad. Princess Zelda's prized device. It has a variety of features that are essential for adventure. Okay. This looks great right here. I received it from Princess Zelda. I have to pass it on to you. If Link could talk, that's the question I would ask. How did you see her? How long ago did you see her? My records indicate that Princess Zelda is waiting at the location marked on its map. The Garden of Time. Time. I'm telling you. The Temple of Time. I'm telling you. It's visible from here. It was used in the distant path. The Temple of Time? From Ocarina of Time? Many rites and ceremonies of the kingdom were held there. Where they hold their hands. But no more now. It's the only place no one visits. Well, that's sad. I love the way that guys. Map. I just saw a mini. Oh, cool. An unnecessarily complicated bridge. Wait, so this structure is cool. Cool beans. The other one is bad, and I had to kill it. I am glad they added a Here you go. This one's wonky. I'll fix it. There you go. Be wary of soldier constructs as you travel this way. Oh, you're about to answer my question. Soldier constructs are those that are given strict orders to protect the land. The Zonai who created us directed them to eliminate trespassers. They will consider you a trespasser too. You must treat them seriously. Allow me to offer unsolicited advice. It is crucial to maintain a proper distance and okay. Well, they're fine with me killing them, so okay. And target your opponents. Swinging haphazardly will not yield results. Practice targeting on me? No, I'm good. I've got it down. But please do not actually attack. Okay. Yep. Got it. Thanks. I'm gonna break these pots. I know I just fixed it, but I want to see if there's something in it. Oh! Oh! Thank you for the apples. Sorry about your pots. Okay, it's the same. Okay. Oh, I knew you'd come. Ah. God. Splush. Oh, there's a frog. Hot-footed frog. Well, he was going for a nice little swum, and now he's with me. So we're gonna be diving into water a lot in this game, I feel like. Hello. Oh, I did not expect that. Did not expect the little spinny that he did. Okay, so I'm at my weapon max, so let's see. You can hold a lot off the rip. 1, 2, 3, 4. You can hold 8. I think that maybe that's their way of helping the weapon breaking thing. That you can hold so many off the rip. Getting dusty over here. Alright, before I go and fight these things, I just want to do a check-in with chat. Alerts are still popping, right? I haven't heard them at all. But I feel like that must be just because I've been so engrossed. Royal C-Dub Gaming, thanks for a prime. Ham and Cheddar, thank you so much for the sub and welcome in. Shout out for Ham. The alerts aren't really? Oh no, they're going. Well, Mark Reed, thank you so much for fighting. I'm gonna catch up real quick. Deja sent through the resub. Speakoid, Charlie Fan, DT, thank you for the sub. Ultra, Bolt, 110, Mark Reed, iGamers, Bella Payton, Shadow of the Night, Pez, thank you all so much for your sub, love, and attention. Sorry, I'm really engrossed because I just want to focus on playing, but I love you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you. Sounding alarm. Oh, hello. Okay, I love everything that's happening. That one here, yeah. Some guy had a spear. Long stick. Sorry. Now I have a long stick, but I'm gonna save it for a long stick situation. Chachu Gamer, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. That is really quiet. I'll turn up a little bit more. Oh, I love this rolling fog effect they have. It just kind of blew in from that side, and now it's blowing away. Oh, that's a really nice atmosphere. Oh, it's a cloud. Because we're in the clouds. Oh, 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 ow! That's really cool. We're so high in the clouds, a cloud literally just blew through. Oh! Love this game. I'm already loving this game. Chibi Beam, thanks for the prime. I appreciate you. Whoa. What wave? Were you lured in by the delicious smells? I assume so. Ingredients are especially fragrant when roasted by fire. They may be tastier and more nutritious. You're roasting them? You're unfamiliar to me. My apologies. Among my task is to explain anything that first-time visitors might require knowledge of. I have questions about this place. I roast ingredients by placing them beside the fire. Do not eat, but I'm given to understand it improves the taste. Roasted ingredients in order to enhance their nutritional value. Do you have ingredients? I invite you to roast them by this fire. Sure. Oh, it says new on it. That's so cute. Yes, I do, actually. I have many ingredients. Bum, 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 bum. Oh, wait, that one wasn't done. Did I not put him close enough? There you go. Baked apple. I would actually eat a baked apple right now. I'm not even kidding. That actually sounds pretty good. Could someone bake me an apple? Oops. God damn it. You know what? That's enough. What are you doing now? Nimmer, thank you for the prime. I appreciate you. Chibi with a prime. Thank you. Alright, here we are, the Temple of Time. Which is exciting me a lot. And that dragon out there in the back in the distance too. Chat, I'm so excited to find all the side quests, to explore caves and whatever shrines look like in this game. I mean, we're already playing it, but so I'll say this. Nintendo themselves leaked that the game does. They tweeted it out. At least I'm pretty sure they did. I'm excited to see what that is. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, so now I have a sword. Stick these together. I don't think I can yet. Cushy Monster with Prime, thank you so much.
efficient.
Oh, hello.
I'm sorry. I did not intend to start it. It was I that spoke to you earlier.
Oh, it's his arm.
That arm originally belonged to me.
Oh!
I am Raru.
Oh, you're Raru. Source of the right arm. Hello, Raru. Thanks for the arm. Kind of creepy. Kind of don't like that.
Forgive me for Unfortunately, I no longer.
Glad you're here in any way that you can.
In any case, that arm should allow you to open its door.
Whoa, cool head.
It seems to have lost the power. You might be able to restore it, but you would need to enter a place filled with secrets.
This is cool. This is a cool setup.
Why not visit the shrines on this island?
Yeah, I bet. So it is shrines.
The shrines. Yes, I'm sure they are the key.
Okay, I get what's happening. So just like the first game, we have to go around and get a lot of powers. And then when we have a lot of powers, the door will let us in. So this time, it's not telekinesis and cryo or whatever. It's whatever this game has. Alright, I get it. I get what's happening here. Closed door, find Princess Zelda. Okay. So the reward for powering up is getting into the Temple of Time. Oh, I can't believe I'm saying these words and playing this game right now. Jordan Fringe! Oh my god, we're on a hype train right now on Twitch, and my buddy Jordan, who is a YouTube superstar right now, just gifted 5 subs. Thank you so much, Jordan. Streamer shout out for Jordan, and if you're on YouTube, also check out Jordan Fringe on YouTube. Very, very popular on YouTube. Redbeard94, thanks for the prime. Ducktree with the prime. Sammy with 100 bits. So I'm trying to catch everybody I can. Okay, so let me recoup a little. So Raru is a Zonai, and that was his arm that we found, and it's got attached to us to keep us alive. And now we have to go and power it up. Loving this. Loving this. To get a bow. Old wooden bow. I love the way that they fall apart, the way they deconstruct when you defeat them. It's so cool. Oh, what is? Oh, it's a grind rail. Oh, cool. What is this? Sonic Frontiers? We can't do that yet, though. Oops, 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 oops. Pop out, thanks for the super chat. Okay, so I don't know what order we're gonna get the abilities in. I kind of hope we get the sticky one first, because the sticky one is the one that everyone loves. But I guess we'll find out. It'll probably be whatever helps us grind that rail, I assume. I love how different the world feels. Like it has a different vibe to it right now. Like an unknown vibe, like a mysterious vibe, and the design of everything is just so strange. Not like Breath of the Wild at all. I'm loving that. I also love that we start up here in the sky and not just in Hyrule. Really helping in this one threat. puzzle, or do we get an ability right here, or what? Ooh, this is familiar. Just gonna open up. 10 out of 10 game. I don't even care. 10 out of 10. It's just so unique and cool and good and different and fun. Where am I? What's going on? Oh, is a loading screen where you are on the map? What a nice loading screen. Do we get that again? So you made it here. This is the Shrine of Light. Long ago, I filled these places with light that purges evil. I believe this light will restore an ability your right arm has lost. Now then, extend your hand. Oh, it's just sucking on in. Ultra hand. Grab and move objects, rotate them, and stick them to other objects. This is the Ultra Hand ability. It allows you to move objects freely and attach them to other objects. With it, you'll be able to build a great number of things. Really anything you can imagine. So it is the sticky ability. With Ultra Hand, you receive the blessing from this shrine. Whoa, we're about to stick things. We're about to stick things. We're about to heckin' stick things. I am loving this. So it kind of works the same. Oh, interesting. So it works the same. So we haven't really lost magnesis. We can just do it on everything now. We can magnesis everything now. Oh, that's so cool. Ah! Woo! This is sick. This is so cool. Chad, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Why even make another game? Why even still make video games when we have the best one already? Oh, why does the amber look different? It's weird. Alright, I don't know if I still need that. Might have to come back for it. I don't know. Oh, wait, there's a grind rail here already. Alright, what do we got here? Okay, so that one's stuck there. So I guess I'll stick it to this too. I thought that might do something. Leave it with me, chat. Let me cook. Don't act like you guys had it figured out right away. Wait! Not without me! Not without... I mean, yeah, that's what I wanted. That was my desired effect, and then I was gonna put this on the bottom. And then I was gonna ride down. Well, now what? How do I restart? Soft locked? It kind of feels like it. Maybe jump? Yeah, I'll see what happens when I fall off. No, they're still there. Can I grab them? Oh, wait, here we go. Yeah, come back, please. Come back. I'm not doing good with my first puzzle, huh? I need stasis. There we go. You know what? I'm overcomplicating it. I've just got to learn. You know what I mean? I've just got to learn. We got to wrap our heads around the physics of it all. It's all a learning curve. I'm loving this though. Even though I'm a little silly Billy right now, I am loving this. This is so cool. That is so cool. I like the affirming sound that, yeah, you did it right. Finally, you idiot. We did it! This is not promising for the speed run. Hey! I'm doing the best I can, okay? You've done well to reach this place. We offered this light that will cleanse evil. Is it a tear? Light, straight up light. Can I spend those the same way I did the spirit orbs? Light of Blessing, a crystal that grows. Yeah, surely you can spend them the same way. It's got one. May the Light of Blessing grant you the strength you seek. This is so cool. I know I keep saying that, but I'm having a really good time. Your chroma is shining through your eyes. Yeah, there's not much I can do about that when I'm staring at green. Is it doing it all the time? If you visit and complete 2 more shrines, you should be able to open the door of Temple of Time. You may want to mark the shrines in the distance with pins so that lose track of where they are. The Pura pad offers a very useful scope as well. This. So there's one. Where's the other one? Surely you can see it. That feels intuitive. Well, I guess we'll head to that one. Oh, there it is. Alright. I feel like the one it wants me to do next is this one, so we're going to. I'm going to, okay? Is there water down here? Huh. Huh. Ready to see homemade Gundam? I know, I'm excited for that. I'm excited to see how that works. Because you can attach things together, but how are you going to make it move? We don't have a way of making things like animate yet. Other than just using the motion of like gravity. Alright, we've been down this path before. We know what we're doing here. Maybe we don't. How do I... Oh, I gotta spin it around and then... This is gonna take some getting used to. They have, they've streamlined some of the UI, and I'm playing like Breath of the Wild, and it's confusing me a little. So you hold L, you get this spin wheel, which I don't think we had before. In fact, changing abilities is like the D-pad. Oh, I missed. So I guess it's not a grind rail. I thought you could, though. I saw that in the trailers. This is so cool. Alright, I'm here. Oh, wait. Can I already do the thing? You can drop in the short menu. Oh, I love that. It was so annoying to have to go into the menu to drop all the time. Maybe I have to pick this up first. Axe. Oh, I kind of want to keep the axe. Oh, wait, I want to try something. How many things can you stick together? Like, can I go boom? And then... I can't pick him up. Why can't I pick him up? I stuck them together. Can tree branches not be stuck? Different ability. Oh. Don't have the fuse ability yet. Well, I would disagree. Alright, so that's a different ability. We'll try that later then. Fix your gaze forward, face it head on. Pardon me, I was absorbed in my wood cutting. Are you okay for wood cutting too? Wood cutting is practice of chopping down trees to create logs. Yeah. I'll try it. Oh, it cuts way more organically this time. Oh, a tasty nut! Boom. Loving this. Loving this for me, queen. Get in here. Oh. Alright, what do you want to say? Actually, that's still at work even now. We created a contract to assist in our endeavors. We're going to work fun. Never imagined they would continue to carry out their assigned tasks till today. I feel late, but no longer serve the purpose and history of the fact that it was quite disquiet. That's already your problem. Alright, where am I going? Why is there... I don't know why there's a random bolt there. I guess we'll find out. I feel like platforming in this game is like... Wait! Platforming in this game is just like not even gonna be a problem. Everyone's just gonna make ways to platform, you know? That's scary. I didn't think I was gonna make it. Oh, what's this? That's my reaction to everything right now. Oh, what's this? Hello? Can I climb you? Oh, man. Are you a fan? Oh, there's probably a way to activate. Yeah. Probably with an ability. Oh, yeah. We're gonna go this way. What are you gonna teach me? I'm engaging in hunting. Okay, I said I'm good. No! I wanted to pick up the bow. Oh. Well. Raw meat. What was that bird that I just destroyed? You want to make it less raw? Put some more things while we're here. I'm actually getting hungry. Seared steak. What should I eat for dinner, chat? What should we eat? Because you're here with me. What do you want to watch me eat? Good. Oh, that sounds good. Okay, this guy's up here again. I want to go talk to him, see what he has to say about it. It's a shame we never got a Switch Pro. You know, this would be such a great game for the Pro. I love this view of the Temple of Time. Always took a moment to appreciate it when it passes by. The dark time was quiet. The only sound to be heard was the time bell ringing in winter's evenings. Glorious times. They sure were, buddy. I remember them well. Eat steak. Don't tempt me, I will. Oh, what just did that? Wah, wah, wah. Oh, what's this? Stambol. Okay. Stamina, I'm guessing. We change to this. We do a little bit of this. Oh yeah, I mean, what'd you expect? Seasoned Zelda Pro. Alright, what do I get? I need more clothes, is what I need. Oh, that's not a clothes. That's not a clothes. Oh, do we have to build a boat? Can I build a boat now? Oops, no, I wanted to climb. More lenient, I feel. At least so far. Okay, it's boat. It is boat building time. Oh wait, it's killing these things time. These are always some of my favorite enemies in Zelda. I don't know why. Did they introduce them in Wind Waker? That's the first time I remember seeing them. They were probably in like the original Zelda, and I just don't remember. Okay. We got two together. Let's chop down a tree. Choo-choo. Drink. Not where I wanted that to be. Whose idea do you think it was to make things sticky like this? I mean, I love the idea. Just wondering. I made a boat, guys. I made a boat. Oh. People are throwing things at my boat. Hey, quit that. I'm on a boat. In is a shrine. In is a What ability? Well, don't tell me. I was gonna say, what ability would you think this would be? But I feel like people already know and not just write it. Let me discover it. The shrines look really different too. Oh. Attach something to an equipped weapon or shield to enhance it. You can undo the fusion, but that will destroy whatever has been attached. Interesting. This is the fuse ability. It allows you to fuse something nearby to a weapon or shield, therefore enhancing it. I'm so excited. Why not pick up that sword just ahead of you and fuse it to a nearby object? Use fuse and receive the blessing from the shrine. All right, let's go. This is this. That's what I've wanted. Actually, rather than throwing away my weapons, how do I... Here we go. Drop it. Drop it. Drop it. I'm gonna do it on these first. Oh, you fuse it to what you have. Okay. So wooden stick. There we go, baby. Long boy. It's in the ground. It's in the ground. Okay. So cool. I got stones everywhere. So can I put this away now? Oh my god, that's so ridiculous. That's so silly. Oh my god, let's go! So silly. Can I walk here? Okay. What's this? Fire fruit. A fruit that generates heat when struck. Cooked correctly, its heat properties improve blood flow. I feel like I already know what to do. Oh, now we can start doing this. I love it. Oh my god. Small key. It looks so silly running around with these boulders. Oh, I was one step ahead of the game. I was one step ahead of the game. Now, on the first challenge, I may have been a little bit of a dumb guy. But this time, I was way ahead. I want to know. So that's fire, that's ice. Oh, this is like water in the open. Triforce, thank you so much. That's just a leak. So what happens if I shoot an apple? Just shoot an apple. I just shoot an apple. Dumb question, I guess. If you ever get meat with a meat arrow, yeah, I want to. I don't know why meat arrow sounds the funniest. Okay. Oh, is he doing it? Oh, he did it. I love this music. I wasn't trying. I wasn't expecting a fight. I was just messing around. F's in chat, F's in chat. Oh, don't make me start again. Oh, come on. I don't deserve that. I don't deserve that. I mean, that sounds so satisfying. Whoopsie chat. Alright. We're back at the hardest fight of the game. I was just kind of caught up in the moment, the music, the vibes, you know. And now I can pick up his rock hammer. On shrub. So if I want his thing, I'm gonna throw mine away. Now I have another one. Okay. I don't know why I'm doing this, but I'm going to. Is that good? Did I do a good thing? Did I do a good thing or no? No, I did a bad thing? Okay. This feels like a, it feels like a puzzle. It feels like I should light these on fire or something. Or maybe put the rocks in there? I don't know how I would do that. Maybe it's nothing and I'm overthinking it. Excuse me. I feel like gameplay of this game is always going to look ridiculous as everyone has a different weird thing for it, you know? CMM, thanks for the prime. Respect the lump. Thanks for the resub. Appreciate you all. Maya, thank you. A lot of new follows over here on Twitch. I really appreciate it so much. Okay, see ya. In Breath of the Wild, doesn't Link teleport out of the shrine? This one just fades to black, so I guess the implication is he walks all the way out. I give it because there is something I failed to give. Thank you, Bite. Please take it. Oh, it's those. Those are part of my energy cell. Can power Zonai devices. Oh, interesting. Energy cell is required to make use of the tools of Zonai devices. I cannot demonstrate utility because there are no Zonai devices right here. However, I have an associate on the other side that Jason can teach you how to use this. I hope that the energy cell I provided is useful to you. It is. Thank you, buddy. I'm very using the rock to my shield because I'm sick of looking at it. I have other shields, right? I just don't want to look at that rock anymore. Katie, welcome as a member on YouTube. Mystical shield killed with a fight. I mean, I'm too good. I'm better. Oh, what is it? Oh, fixed it. That's what I call Bob. Fixed it. Stamina shroom. This is the part of the trailer where, this is the part of the trailer where he fights the guy with the wind sword and it pushes him. Yeah, that thing. He gets pushed off. I'm not gonna have that happen. Board Guster? Oh, I wanted to pick that up. Oh yeah, my big stick that I made. Oh no, it's burning! It's burning all the wood! I wanted to make a board Guster. Gosh heckin'. Gosh heckin'. Okay, hold on. My brain is thinking. Hold on. Okay. Go like, uh-oh. Go like this. You know, that might be good enough. Soldered Reaper. Oh wait, I gotta drop something. Oh, cool. Oh, interesting. It's like a little blade. Alright, we gotta go through this cave, it said, and meet his associate on the other side. Discovery? Ponside Cave. Bright Bloom Seed. Oh wait, was there 2 on here as well? Yeah. Okay. Was there more? There was. There's 3. What am I doing? stick. These bats ain't got nothing on my big stick. Disheveled with a prime, thank you so much. One fuse attack power, so it tells you how much you get from it. Oh. Oh. He's got the same ears as that rabbit from the first game. Oh, and there's the rabbit. A strange crystal left behind in Bubble Frog Caves. Interesting. Is he gone already? Okay, so if you kill the rabbit after you kill that, probably get a ton of rupees again, I would imagine. Wow. Okay. I'm learning. I'm figuring it out. Look at this. Already finding secrets. I was gonna try shooting a bright bloom seed arrow at that thing because it felt like it was maybe trying to set me up to do that. But it died quicker than I expected. Oh, there we go. Sick. That's the outfit. Great. I love that. Such a cool look. Like the bottom of it is like a bunch of rifles in green. Oh, I also remember this part. So yeah, the canister definitely activates like the fans and stuff. I love the way it slows on each hit. It was really powerful. Culinary constructs make a construct final sword so active in this place. Some became so skilled in their specialty that they surpassed us. We're going to learn from them instead. The rafts are damaged. We are unsure how to proceed. We will consider the problem progressing. Rafts for crossing to the other side are broken. Top station. Silver linings. Zonai device are undamaged. Zonai device? Seems you don't know what Zonai device is. They are necessary around here. Allow me to explain. This green thing is called a Zonai device. What you see here is a fan. You can produce wind on demand by striking it. They are self-evidently useful. We have a variety of Zonai devices for a multi-tinder. I can't even pronounce that. Using Zonai devices does require energy. An external cell will be necessary in your case. You have one already. Well, that's a relief. Perhaps a refresher is in order. Energy cell disorders energy required to use Zonai devices. Energy will replenish automatically while Zonai devices are not in use. Capacity is not unlimited. Use the energy contained within wisely. Okay. So the more you get, the more devices you can run at the same time, I guess. Alright. Well, we saw this in the trailer, so let's go ahead and whip it up. battery then. Oh, that's so cool. Go towards the floating things for a chest. I'm on my way. Kind of grinding the side of it. Cool, so cool. No, it really is. So I just turn that off now. Thank you. Flint. Arrows. What am I gonna need those for, I wonder? I'm talking to everyone. I want to know everything. Oh, are you going this direction? It's very late to be traveling. This mountain path is especially rugged. You must take your environment into account while traveling. I developed guidelines for traveling the mountain. You want to hear them? Sure. Very well. Fire is a crucial tool. Yeah, I know about that. Take that. Take that. How are you playing the game with my hands? Oh, we got another rail. Oh, I wonder if there's like a Zonite device for rail grinding. Little frogs. Oh, he just kind of bad for him, honestly. Okay, hitting them in the water was OP. I didn't know that was a one hit. What version did you get? Scarlet? Okay, we've got rails here. Thank you, Cybersteak. I appreciate it. Any more Steam Deck vids in the future? I doubt it. About what? What about it? Okay, we're surrounded by right, like by grass. I mean. Do that. Oh, I don't have. I'm trying to. I was trying to paraglide. Not that I didn't have that yet. Okay, we have another bow, so I can get rid of the bow. Use this one. I'm getting there. I've always struggled with Breath of the Wild menus for some reason. Not my strong suit. Is it because I'm getting old? Maybe. But I don't want to talk about that. Haha! Look at me and my log sword. Okay, I thought this would be better at opening. I guess not. I guess not. I need a rock. Oh, look, minecarts. And fans. Minecarts and fans. Oh, I'm excited. Oh, I'm excited. But before that... Ooh, a restless cricket. I want to go open these. So I don't like that they got the better of me. Haha! So stupid. Why didn't that work? I'm out of here. I'm out of here. I'm embarrassed. We're out. All right. It's time. I'm excited. Here. Let's go. Oh my god, it's so dark. Terrifying. Really? I thought that was gonna go all the way around. What do you have to say? This cave is especially dark. You'll need a light in order to proceed. Do you have any light room seats? Yes, I do. Do you know Brightburn? Striking buttons will attach it to an arrow. Let's try it. Walked away, I thought it. I can't pick it up either. Miss situation. Let's try the seats. Oh, okay. Back. Oh, that's cool. It lights up so much. Back. Back. Oh, it's so quick. I couldn't even move the freaking stick that quick. My sensitivity isn't high enough. We'll get him next time, champ. All right, I want to open these things. Crowd control isn't working? Oh, I'm sorry. I reset it, get your coins. Oh, there's so much of it down here. I'm getting all of it. I don't even care. Okay, what's this guy doing? Apologies for not noticing you. I was focusing on processing Zonite. Oh, you're unfamiliar with it? It's a unique material that can be mined far beneath the land below. There are trace deposits of it on this island as well. They're limited to this cave. Our society flourished by processing this substance into other materials. Zonite is processed by smelting it in a furnace. It is thereby converted into materials with useful properties. Okay. Oh, I get to sample one. Thank you for your patience. I will now explain what sorts of materials the ore can be processed into. Oh, Zonite charges. And they occasionally solidify into a form known as crystal charges. Converting a Zonite into other useful materials in this way is called processing. Yeah, what's a crystal charge? We mainly use them as a raw material in the construction of energy cells. Our power Zonite devices and constructs. A charge can be consumed. Can I grab these? Oh, that's Spanish. Okay. I'm trying to take theirs. Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. I'm not trying to theft. I told you there was a reason why I was grabbing them all. Hey, can I help you? There you go. Sorry. Feel bad about that, actually. Ooh, what's this? Can I take these? You're not supposed to take those? Could it be that you've forgotten to bring your Zonite capsules on a capsule? Forgotten yours, or perhaps you may know what I mean. Zonite capsules and a convenient means of portable devices. It's unfortunate you seem to have none. I will lend you a few spares. Oh, you can keep devices and capsules? Interesting. Oh my god, that is so weird. There's a lot of suspending disbelief for a lot of this stuff. I'm just capsuling these fans so I can take them around. Yeah, it's essentially Pokeballs for items. Remember that the device cannot be put in its capsule. Think carefully before deploying. That device cannot be put back in its capsule. Oh, my lord. Wait, I can attach a minecart to... Wait a second. What do you mean a fuse has already been used on this? I didn't fuse that. I need... How do I disconnect a fuse? How do I disconnect a fuse? I wanna attach a minecart. Oh, why? That's so stupid. Come on, man. Really? I have a minecart stick. Oh, I love it. It's so stupid. I love it. All right, you get on there, and then how do I? Oh, interesting. Yeah, this drop. Do I drop it? Okay. So he's out of his capsule now. Boop. Oops. Boop. Back. Oh, okay. I kind of didn't do a good on that one. There we go. I have a minecart, sword in a minecart. Now we get to have fun. Look at it. I like the sound it makes. Cool. What do you want to say? The time bell that sounds from the Temple of Time rings at a set time for morning and evening. We want to be heard the bell. It also played as part of traditional ceremonies. In a way, it's for eating hot. Alright. Oh! What is this now? A gotcha? A gacha? Device dispenser operation confirmed on today's Zonai capsule production target. You want to use the device dispenser? I've nearly met my target. You are welcome to use it. Device dispenser. Resources it accepts are things like construct horns and Zonai charges. You can process resources that you hold by dropping them into the receptacle, similar to using a cooking pot. Wait, this is so silly. I've got to try. I gotta try and see what I get. So it takes Zonai charges. I don't know how many. I'll try one and then see what happens. Let's go right now. What did I get? Flame emitter. Oh, so this is how you would make the giant robot. So I have a flame emitter. If I put more stuff in, I wonder if I'll get better things out. Or if it's just one. Maybe if I'll try doing two. And then see if I get one or two things out. Oh, I got 3 things. I got a fan, portable pot, so I can cook on the go. I got 2 portable pots. This is insane. This is so wild. This is so Breath of the Wild. So now I can carry items around with me like cooking pots, and I can cook wherever I want. This is hecking cool. I've got to do it again. I've got to do it again. I'm sorry. I want to know what else there is. I'm going to do a 5e. I'm going to do a 5 stack. See if we can get something real good. Oh my God, it's Christmas! It's mostly just fans and cooking pots. It's mostly just a bunch of fans and cooking pots, though. I wonder if different items get different stuff, or if you unlock more later. I got another flame head, though. That's so funny. Oh, I'm loving this. Okay, so, God, I don't even know. There's so many things. Oh, wait, what's this? Oh, hello. This is Oracle. Where's my friend? You can see me? I'm a Korok. Korok, one of the children of the forest. I was traveling with my friend, but we got separated. He's over there. My friend is sending a smoke signal. I can't wait to meet up. I'm so tired, though, I can't move. Can I move? I can. All right, buddy. I've got you. I've got you, little guy. Don't you worry. I just need a minecart. I just need a minecart. And then I've got you. There we go. I feel like there's so much to explore, even in this like plateau area that I haven't even done yet. Oops. There we go. All right, buddy, are you ready? Sorry. Yeah, you stay there. I'm gonna go for a little ride. I got you, don't worry. I got you, don't worry. Alright, I'm sorry. Hold on a second. Kinda getting blasted back. Sorry. I know it's your friend. I know, you're so close. Getting closer, buddy. Getting closer. There you go. Look at you. Reunited at last. Thanks. I like to see some of the kids. Oh, 2 seeds. Oh, that's so unique. For like an assault. That's a little more experimental than just, oh, you found me. You know what I mean? I wonder how many more of those kinds of things there are. I love it. Frogs are cuties, they really are. Oh, really? Just one of those? I have like 50 of those. The rough hammer is bad. You're welcome. This is like scattered mine. Hey, you there. I wonder if I can attach two. And if it would go like way faster. Yeah, not exactly what I wanted, but... Oh my god, here we go. Stop. Wait! I think the two fans might have made me fast enough that I kind of just pushed past it. I think if I only had one fan, I might have stacked it then. It was wild. It was wild and wacky. Accidental genius, possibly. Or that always happens, but that felt like an added puzzle. Uh-oh, there it goes. I want to see what happens when it gets back to that wall. Prime, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thank you. Bum, 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 bum. Oh yeah, I forgot about the ability that you suck through. double pot. Man, I'm kind of stacking those, huh? Okay, so... Maybe we go through down there, actually. Maybe we go through down there, actually. Talk to both of them. Talk to today. Chrisman 481, thanks for a prime. Okay, there might be a way. I could probably cut down these trees and build a platform and get up there if I wanted a shortcut. Or I can go through that cave down there. I'm seeing options right now. I'm down to attempt it. Oh, I got a leaf. Oh, I got an acorn. All right. Stick. I wonder if Nintendo is enjoying watching people play the game and seeing the weird ways they're interacting with it. Cypher Batman, I watched your videos for 3 years. Jealous you're playing early. And how? I'm not early, the game is out. Thank you, Cypher, I appreciate you. Alright, I might need one more. But we'll give this a shot. Yeah, I might need one more. Aliza, thank you so much. I appreciate the 7 months. We're on a hype train right now on Twitch. Thank you so much, Twitch. This is so stupid. I wonder how many things. Is there a limit? Surely there's a limit. Did anyone else do this when they played, or did they just go through the cave? No! My big brain. There we go. There we go. Wood you can climb. Yeah, I did. I actually am having so much fun with this. I did forget that I could just... But I think I would need it for this part anyway. Unless I just took a running jump at it. No! My big stick! My big stick! Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Oops, why did I just jump off of it? I'm just gonna go through the cave this time. Oh, there's a shortcut menu just accessing items. How do I eat it? Can I just eat it? I can't? Oh, that's annoying. Be fortified against the cold. Warm sounding names and ingredients. Okay. Oh, like chilies? Like the first game all over again, huh? Yeah, this next shrine's taking way longer than the first two. Hold. Do like this. Well, I don't wanna... We'll just cook these. White team. Sure. Twitch, sure. Who out of my Twitch fam wants to be a YouTube mod? That happened. Silent and I are there. There's no point that people are having a bad time. Low chat mode, that might help. Or is there like a subscribe only mode or something? I love YouTube. Obviously, it's my main platform. I love it. But I would never want a full-time stream on YouTube because YouTube just doesn't get streaming. Everyone on Twitch is so well behaved, is what I'm saying. Are these bats gonna... There we go. Try this. Yeah, scatter. He's gonna come back and try that again. No, I didn't think so. Didn't think so. Big stick. Shake it off, Link. Shake it off. What's this guy got to say now? Will with Prime. Appreciate you. I'm terribly sorry for any threatening posts now. Oh no, I'm on my long stick. Minecraft stick. Minecraft stick, I mean. Hit you in the face with a Minecraft stick like that. So, I just did a couple of maybe mods I already have to help out. Sorry, a couple of mods on Twitch to help out on YouTube. If anyone's in here, it's very great. We're good at YouTube modding. Yeah. All right, Mary Faye, go ahead and say something in the YouTube chat. Are you able to add mods, Steve? You could just turn off YouTube chat, honestly. It would suck, but... I died to being frozen. Can't see Merry Fate. So I can't mod Merry Fate, sadly. There's like no way of. I have no control over that. It's so stupid. YouTube streaming is so stupid. That should fix it. Mods don't either. It's really dumb. YouTube sucks. Really bad. Okay. So YouTube chat is now on members only. I'm sorry to everyone that was engaging in chat in the night. You were just watching and trying to have a good time and engage. I fortunately didn't see any spoilers because once Steven said there was, or someone said there was, I just wasn't looking at chat. I was doing my best to avoid looking at chat. So I'm just gonna keep it on members. I will also say that YouTube, I was only gonna stream the first part, and then I was just gonna move to Twitch for the rest of it. So if you want to engage or you want to be a part of the streams, it's probably better just to come over to Twitch anyway. But it is on members only now on YouTube. I'm sorry. That's the only way I can have at least some option there for communication. But I assume that it would just go dead silent now. The Twitch is just way better for moderation and being able to... It can tell right away, essentially, if someone is trying to spam or anything like that. YouTube has no auto mod in place. So, sorry about that. I mean, it's not my fault. Sadly, someone else ruined it, but... I usually don't watch Twitch, but YouTube chat was a lot of spoilers. I'm sorry if you saw spoilers. I mean, it's not my fault. There's nothing I can do about it, but I'm still sorry. I was worried it would happen, but some people have no lives. I'm sorry to tell you. They are so miserably bored that the only way they can get joy is by trying to ruin something for other people, which is... it's like, I know it sucks if you got spoiled. I know it sucks for you, but imagine being them. Imagine being them as a person. Like, it could be worse, right? At least you get to be you and not them at the end of the day. At least we can feel bad for them. You know what I mean? Oh, wait, I get to keep his fire club? Common W would take. Thank you, Ham. I appreciate you. Getting to this shrine has taken a long time. The other shrines were kind of easy to get to. Red choo-choo jelly. Okay, let me try this out. Oh my god, though. That's sick. Whoops, I burnt these. Bum, 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 bum. Mind, thank you so much for the tier 1. I appreciate you. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I saw something out the corner of my eye. Oh, wait, are bomb flowers back? Are the classic bomb flowers back? Whoa! What year is it? We're back to bomb flowers. Wait, what? Did that not work? Ah, damn it. I was trying to light him on fire. It didn't work. Thank you, Skelly Ren. Welcome in, Skelly. Nice to see you. Oops. Oh, my Minecraft stick is burning. Minecraft? Why can't I say Minecraft? Why can't I say minecart? I'm saying every other word. Could you alt drag down the top of chat source in OBS? It's cutting off the UI and giving a few people OCD. There's nothing I can do about it because of the way it filters in. There's no dragging it down. It will just be making chat bigger. I can turn it off. Is that better? Steven, do you want to do a poll for chat on or off? Okay, how do I use a bomb flower? I don't have to like go into my inventory every time, right? How do I select it? How do I can't just select it? I have to go into inventory? And then I drop it? Can I not roll it? Oh. Oh, I hate that thing. Like stone. Okay. Oh, and it had a chest in there too.
Hey everyone, Joey here with a quick news update on The Legend of Zelda Tears of the Kingdom, as Nintendo just released a patch for the game, version 1.1.1, and the patch notes are as follows. General updates include fixing an issue where sometimes the player could not clear the main quest to the closed door, even if they fulfilled the conditions to advance the quest. If you already have encountered this issue, you will be able to clear the quest by downloading this update data, and several issues have been addressed to improve the gameplay experience. So it appears that the only major fix for Tears of the Kingdom in this patch is for that main quest, the closed door. But I am surprised that this patch does not address the item duplication glitch that many players have been using. So I decided to update the game for myself, and I tested it out to see if it still works, and oh boy, it still does. So enjoy it while you can before Nintendo probably fixes it in version 1.1.2.
And I really like that. You know, like I like always knowing what's going on and keeping track of things. It's a massive game. But overall, it has probably exceeded my expectations, to be honest with you. I knew this game was going to be good. I just wasn't sure if it was going to reach the heights of Breath of the Wild. And honestly, I think it's probably better than Breath of the Wild personally, and I do want to finish the game and then kind of give my overall rating on where I feel the game kind of lies in the rankings of Zelda games. But right now I'm loving it. I kind of wanted the honeymoon period to kind of wear off and see how I felt, and I don't know, like I'm still playing it. I still feel like I'm in the honeymoon period, so I'm really enjoying it. I think it's easily the best game this year and one of the best games this generation.
Okay. What would they pay you?
Nothing. I wish they paid me, man. Come on.
Modern vintage shill.
I'm enjoying it too, man. I knew it was going to already be really good, though. I mean, I made a bazillion videos talking about how good the game was going to be because they're taking the same base game. I mean, to me, it felt like Mass Effect 2. It felt like Uncharted. It felt like all of those. You take the game that was there and then you just make it way better. That's what it looked like. Clearly, that's what they did. They just spent that much to me. So I always thought that it was going to be like a 2-level jump. But they're going to change up so many different things. So more involved with the story and stuff. So still kind of in the honeymoon period, but like, you know, I think it's the sky stuff is super fun. It's like being able to go up into the sky, like see it a million times, like, until you actually do it yourself. Those are my favorite.
I reviewed it and I gave it a 10 out of 10. And I gotta admit that a lot of the pre-launch stuff didn't super grab me. There was so little marketing that going into this, I did kind of make the accidental assumption of like, why aren't they screaming this from the rooftops? Why aren't they doing 40-minute Nintendo Treehouse showing it off? So going into this, I thought it was just going to be Breath of the Wild 5, but it's not. It is Breath of the Wild 2, and I gave it the biggest compliment possible. It impressed me so much. I finished the base, but I feel like it's much like Breath of the Wild. That is kind of where the game, there's still so much to do. There's over 100 shrines left to find. There's still so many random things that I see on Twitter, but I'm like, I don't even know where the hell that's at. I love it. It's fantastic. The fact that there's the sky map, the depths, and the main map that's like a remixed version of Breath of the Wild. And I honestly think this is the best Switch game ever. No offense to Metroid Prime 4, but I think this is, we've hit the ceiling. It's kind of cool to see what they've done with it.
As well. That was another thing that I wasn't sure. And they kind of lean on it. It's always fun to play. Like it's never so they've really kind of nailed that as well. So yeah, man, I'm really
Oh, sorry. I was pretty excited, but I didn't know what to expect. The way it opened up and everything, like everything, the story is like, it's really cool. Just like that, it's so much fun. What's going on with Breath of the Wild? I've been having a lot of fun with like the different things together. I just love how creative it can be in it. It's kind of kicking my butt right now because it's fairly hard. And then you'll just get like bombarded. So I've been getting stomped a little bit, but it's a good time.
Are you still on the Great Sky Island, or are you off it?
I'm off. Like I just got off though, so I'm like sort of on my way to the big stuff.
Do early shrines.
Can
Yeah.
one-shot you. Some of those early enemies,
Yes.
depends on what they can just, if you only have 3 hearts, or if you only have 4 hearts, they'll just either one-shot you, or if you have some of your health down, they'll just kill you. So yeah, I ran into that too. I got some of it.
Yeah. I definitely suggest to anybody, do the first 10 shrines you see and immediately get 3 extra hearts.
Well, it was on one of the trailers, so I'm not gonna, I feel like I can talk about it. That one boss, it looks like the Gunstar Heroes boss with the blocks that kind of.
Oh yeah, that guy.
Like
He ruined me.
That thing fucked me up like early on in the game, but I've since gone back and just whipped its ass. So it's that kind of Elden Ring thing where you get some health, you get some stuff, you can destroy bosses.
It's a lot better than it pretty much took maybe not initially didn't like, but grew to not like with the first game and fixed that. The world itself feels a lot more there's things happening, interesting things happening. A million different side quests. I'm a big fan of side quests. I like side quests sometimes more than I like main quests because I don't know. I just feel like sometimes they're packed tighter. You get in, you get out, you get all the story that you need, and you move on to the next. There's like a bunch of just little stories Does have performance issues. I mean, Switch 2, save us. Would have been nice to, you know, especially when you see emulators and stuff already doing 4K 60. It's like, fuck's sake, man. But, you know, that's not necessarily, it doesn't detract too much from the game for me. And I know people are going to say, well, you know, why was everyone mad at Redfall being 30 frames per second, but nobody cares that Tears of the Kingdom is 30 frames per second? You're essentially comparing a decade-old piece of hardware to what's touted as the most powerful console on the marketplace. So, you know, there is a sizable difference. And Redfall, I believe, is capped at, is it 4K on consoles, or is it capped at...
It's 4K.
It's 4K minus the Yeah, I mean, it's just... And I mean, it has tons of dips as well. I feel like that impacts the game more so because it's a first-person shooter rather than an action-adventure game. But both are, you know, unacceptable. But it's a little bit easier to understand that decade-old hardware is chugging along, and then Redfall looking like it does, the size of it as well. You know, it's not a very big game to have those same performance issues. But just wanted to keep it a buck throughout. But yeah, great game. Easy contender for Game of the Year. I think now becomes the interesting part, though, because it's like, well, what the fuck is next? Where do we go from here?
Pikmin 4.
What the fuck is next? Where do we go from here?
I do feel weird in that I was excited for Pikmin 4, but this, in a weird way, I feel like I'm switched out. I just want to play only this until Metroid Prime 4, and then I don't want to play anything else on my Switch till we get the next console.
Okay. Jordan.
Is my mic even working?
You're good right now.
You're good.
It is.
Okay.
It is.
Good. I was gonna say I'm probably the person least following the game.
No, that'd be me.
Well, I was gonna say that Josie was kind of said I'm around the same part. I just made it down to the actual kingdom. I've done a couple things down there. You know, I guess the best way to do it is that paragliding. It's spoilers on paragliding. Oh wow, it's almost like it was. I think it's fantastic. I think it just takes what the first game did and let's do more. Let's make this the one sandbox, your own experience, while narratively build something around that. And while I do think the story's the thing that right now, especially with this one, I'm having so much more fun with it than looking at anything else to do, just exploring the land, playing the game, building and doing whatever I want, and to me the story is coming second. If I get to another point where I get some story, cool. If not, great. I'm building my own story as I play through. And I don't know, there's just so much to do in the game. It is overwhelming, but you ever, especially with the internet age, I feel like there's like a social pressure to like beat games and be in the know of what's happening because everyone's talking about it. And for once, I do not feel that with this game.
I've never felt like that.
Because I don't have this attachment to like at the end of whatever spoilers that would be for the story. Because I don't have that, I'm just like, I can play this for months. I could beat it in a week. I could take 3 years to beat this.
You know, the last time I felt that was with
matter.
Final Fantasy VII Remake.
Oh yeah.
I was like, I gotta get that. Someone's gonna ruin this one. I gotta do it.
The last time I felt this was the last Zelda game, the Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
Well, I was just say Elden Ring last year because I literally took 160 hours to beat the game the first time around. I wasn't
That's right.
Was not in any hurry. And Assassin's Creed, Jordan, I think I was like 100 and something hours into that. Like,
yeah, but that
I
was
don't really feel like the pressure to beat games. I just enjoy them and take my time.
No, and I wish it's a feeling that reminds me of why I love games. You know, why I love games. I feel like there's so many quick games that come out where it's like you have to beat it, you have to be in the know, you have to talk about it, you have to get Redfall, this sequel game to get ready for the next one to know all spoilers, what's going to happen. And I don't know, it just feels nice that I could sit back and just kind of take the, because this is a long game. It's so leisurely. Everything feels like it takes hours to do because it's so slow is not the word I want to use because it's not
involved.
I would just, I don't know, it's very...
That's true, but I also feel like once you start getting all your abilities, you can kind of get around the map pretty quick, I feel like.
I mean, there's definitely some stuff at it. It's just this game's massive. I think there's so much to do in it, and it's one of the few times I'm not playing my Switch in only handheld. I've decided that I want to experience it, like, I don't know, on a way bigger screen, and it is a lot more epic, scope-wise. So it's I'm having a good time with it so far. Again, it's gonna take me a very long time to get through this game. But
Jordan, I feel you on that, man. Like what you said about having to beat the game. I know you guys aren't as into it as me, but like Xenoblade, it's always trending. Like if you're into Xenoblade, and like people are spoiling it all over the place sometimes. So I feel the pressure to like either mute it or whatever. Just hurry up and beat the game, you know?
Best DLC ever.
Yeah, it is the best DLC. 92 average. 92 average on Metacritic. Let's go.
Only needed 7 reviews to get there, too.
11 reviews now? Up to 11 reviews now? But I mean, the base Xenoblade was...
We're not talking about Xenoblade, quiet.
Xenoblade 3 was the game of the year. Condemn it, baby.
I think I speak for everyone when I speak. What's the AI OJ?
I think the most impressive thing about Xenoblade Kingdom, though, is how many different ways there are to solve something. That's there is no game that is like that has that level of figure it out yourself, and what you do is going to be complete. Sometimes I'll watch how people solve a shrine online just to see if I did it like they did it, and it's completely fucking different. Like, I don't even know how you do like a walkthrough for this game, because I mean, I guess you could, and then people could simply follow your path, but even because I had to restart my adventure for reasons, and like even that, like I go fuck, suck it. Even areas that I visited previously, I'm like, well, wait, this is different. I didn't notice this before. I didn't notice that before. So it's crazy.
I've been helping
especially some of the shrines. I mean, there's different ways to finish shrines. Like the one that stands out for me was there's one where you have to there's that rail, and you got to like build a thing to like connect to the rail, so then you can use the air thing, the wind thing. I just walked along the rail, like literally, you know, just with the analog stick. And I just walked it, and then I got to the other side, and I beat the shrine. So it doesn't punish you for not doing things the way that they kind of want you to, because there's no right way or wrong way to get to a certain part of the game. And I think that's what's really, really cool about it. Yeah. I think they took Breath of the Wild and they just made it so much more accessible. Like I never really cared for the shrines as much in Breath of the Wild. I felt like they were kind of grindy and they were kind of annoying. So far, I've done about 30 of them, and I've loved every single one of them. So I'm expecting most of the shrines to be good. Yeah.
Although I do want to say, MVG, to your point, the team that helped out, that was Monolith Soft that helped make this game, you know? And Monolith Soft, they also make Xenoblade as well. So I just want to throw that in there, that Monolith Soft was big on the creation of this game. I just want to throw that in there. Good to know. MVG. Good to know.
I've been helping a bunch of my friends, like almost everyone I know in real life bought the game, and they know that I've had it for a week, so they've been asking me questions and stuff, and sometimes they'll send me screenshots, and I'm like, where do I go next? And I'm like, I don't know where the hell you are. Or they've built things that I'm like, I don't know how the hell you constructed this. I don't know. This game feels, I like the Elden Ring comparison, where it's just a game that's so big, you can't play it wrong. And I feel like that's just so cool.
Yeah, I think the shrines are just like fantastic, like you guys were saying. There was this one that I was stuck on today forever, and you have to get this ball in this rail, but it has to have like enough momentum. And I ended up like reversing the time on this thing and smacking it, and it was crazy, but it was like the craziest possible thing I could find to figure it out, and it was fun. But I definitely did not do that correct because I was on the wrong side, so then I had to like bomb myself over to the other side. It was crazy. It's fun.
So Tears of the Kingdom, is that good? It is.
Yeah.
Started it up, going through it. There are a few there are some title cards that I remember very fondly, and they're really, really well done. I think Ghost of Tsushima is probably one of my favorite ones. This one is like right up there though. It's like little things, but the idea is to get you excited and kind of also present the concept in the world all at once. And when you dive off the top and it's just, here's the title card in the first like 15 minutes, and it's like, here's this big world. It really set the tone for the entire game. And if you have surround sound, this game supports it. It's 5.1. and they have that just the audio design of the piano fading in as you're like it goes all around you, and it's really well done. So it kind of plays into the quality and sort of the little details to this game that I've noticed the entire way through. Like I said, about 10 hours or so, and it's just the game itself. I know people right now are trying to figure out how it got the scores that it did, the way it looks, and to be honest, the answer is very simple. It's just a good game. It's fun. So I think the biggest limitation, as Sean mentioned, is the visuals, yes. The performance, yes. Like this is a game that I think is just beating the Switch up. Like the Switch is doing everything it can to make this game run, and I'm shocked that it runs sometimes and doesn't just explode. I think this definitely is probably the game that I looked at the Switch and I'm like, you know what? I hope there is backwards compatibility in a patch for this, because this game would go to the next level easily. And I thought I was crazy, but Gene, I think, also came in and confirmed it a bit for me. This seems to chew through the Switch battery life more than I've ever seen in a game, too.
Yeah, I know why.
Okay, so MVG will fill us in someday. Maybe this week. I don't know. Who knows?
Right now. On Monday. There'll be a video on Monday.
Oh, here we go. I figured there was some stuff with clock speeds, all kinds of things happening, just again to make this work. Because I think when people look at these games, and I fell into this too, and as games came out on even the PS5 and the Xbox Series, and I looked into it more for like Newswave and all this stuff, I started to realize that it is going beyond just the resolution frame rate of how a game looks, but also a lot of the stuff happening in the background. So Gotham Knights, they desperately attempted to explain why it was 30 frames, and it just, no one was hearing it. And I'm looking at this game, the physics and the interaction of the world is like mind-blowing at times in this game. It's something I've never seen before with the level of creativity they give you for the customization with things like Ultran, attaching things all over the place. Everything has buoyancy to it. Everything's affected by fans that you put up. Like, you can do some weird stuff and the game just lets you do it. And somehow it doesn't explode. I have to imagine game developers in particular are the ones that are most impressed, because it's stuff that what we won't really understand if we haven't developed a game before, because we just see this just happen and we just assume it's all no problem, it's great. And you know, we see the resolution numbers and the frame rates and all of this, but what this tablet is able to do right now at this game is genuinely impressive.
It really is. I mean, it took many years, obviously, in development, and it shows, right? But like, the other thing is, you can summon those Zonai things, right? Whoa. And a lot of them have. I mean, come on, you know that.
That's literally on the starting island.
We saw it in the preview thing. So all of those have their own physics as well, right? And you can, if you have a lot of them, you can summon a lot of them all at once, and basically just let them all go at the same time. And the fact that the hardware is kind of holding up and doing its thing is very impressive. I agree. I think the physics in this and the way that they handle like individual objects and the way that they all have their own physics and, like you said, John, buoyancy and things like that is phenomenal. Quite honestly, they did an amazing job.
It just all interacts, and I played, like, not necessarily compare them one-to-one, but like Horizon Burning Shores, love the DLC, awesome game, right? But you do check out that open world and you start to realize, along with other open worlds, you can pick Assassin's Creed and others, it doesn't have this level of interactivity. And this, I assume that's where a lot of the development time went, was making sure the world would just function. So I know they also built off Breath of the Wild that already had that, but then you basically have your own little mini game editor in there, moving things around, attaching, attempting to break the game, and I'm sure people already have. There's a lot of contraptions being built right now, but going from that, as soon as you jump down into the game, it's very easy to spot the shrines. So I feel like I've done more in a very limited amount of time than I did in Breath of the Wild in this time, because as you're falling, you can see the entire landscape, the draw distance is much better, and the shrines in this game just make Breath of the Wild look terrible. Like, I might as well throw that game in the trash, all right, at this point, because the shrines are genuinely interesting. And as you said, MVG, the shrines in Breath of the Wild did feel kind of grindy at times. It's like they had to fill a quota of 100 some odd shrines. Like, oh, I don't know, make them push the ball over there or something, whatever. In this one, I walked into one of the shrines, somebody set up a Jenga tower. I'm like, what is this? What? I gotta play Jenga. And
I like Jenga.
There was another one I walked into, and it's bumper cars. Like, one was BattleBots.
Yeah.
Like, there's some awesome
lot-
stuff
it's a lot
going
more
on
fun.
here,
I
right?
said make it look like a tech demo. I mean, I said Tears of the Kingdom will make Breath of the Wild look kind of like a tech demo at times because they're gonna have way more time to actually make fun stuff in the game than having to create all the physics and mechanics. Because to me, clearly developers, it seems like AAA developers don't want to do that. We've had I mean, when you play a lot of these open world games, it doesn't seem like they want to make the world interact because like it's too hard or they want to focus on graphics, whatever. That's fine, but it seems like it's very difficult to do all this too. Like I'm not a developer MVG, but like it seems like it's very, very hard to do all that. But I played a lot of these open world games and I got tired of them because they don't do a bit more in the open world. Still very fun to play. Still all these open world games that are coming out, still very fun, but not having that interaction with the open world to me is it's kind of a bummer at times. But
you know how I'm not a big fan of puzzle games, right? For the most part, I think like if you play a God of War game and you have to spend half the game doing puzzles, I'm like, well, I'm the God of War. Why am I have to cut a rope and then move a block and then do 3 backflips and then I'm over there, right? This game kind of alleviates that whole like, when there's a certain way to solve a puzzle and it's like, okay, does this work? Okay, that clearly doesn't work. And you spend time just going, oh, this doesn't work. This game alleviates all that and it's like, okay, almost anything can work if you just use your imagination. What if I put these things together and made this? What if I did it this way? And it rewards you for just figuring it out how you can do it. And that's kind of the beauty of making the puzzle not make you feel stupid, but creative. Because I feel like once you solve a puzzle that's a certain way how to do something, it makes you feel stupid by the time you figure it out. Like, of course, right? This is like, oh yeah, you do whatever you want, figure it out. You just have to get you there to there, or get this to there, and you figure it out. You do it.
I did feel like a moron playing God of War at times, like not being able to solve some of those puzzles.
They're more harder than they should have been. I will say that. There were a few where I'm like, what is this?
Yeah, God of War 2018, or even the older God of War games sometimes. Like even some of those, people remember those games.
I think. I'm sorry. Finish your thought, Jordan. Sorry.
I was just gonna say touching one more thing about the frames. I'm only really noticing, any frame drops, whether it's the handheld or when I have it docked, when I'm using any of the powers. So especially when I'm lifting up something and I'm moving it around.
Ultra hand,
yeah, that's the only time I'm really going, oh, I'm seeing that there's like some chugging.
Yeah, when I hit Ultra Hand, I gotta start smelling to see if there's smoke in the room or something.
I will say, depending on the part of the game that you're in, later on the frame rate does take a dive more often. But like I guess the initial areas, the outside of Hyrule and stuff, if you're running around, you're getting a lock 30 no matter what. But I don't want to say any more because I don't want to give away the game or anything. But as you progress into the game, into the main story, there'll be more areas that does struggle performance-wise that you'll notice.
I think this is the game that, let's say they launch hardware next year. We'll just say even holiday, just be safe. I assume 2024, and everything's backwards compatible. This is the game I feel like you take and you just show off, like, oh, this is how much better Zelda runs. Like, I think when they did the upgrade for battery life, they would say, okay, the original one runs for 3 hours, Breath of the Wild. It runs on 5.5 hours here with the new one. Do that, but with like, oh, here it is now in 4K, or here it is now and running better in terms of frame rate. Because this game will still be fresh on everyone's minds, and it's still pretty impressive. So I really want the next piece of hardware for this game.
I keep seeing those. Seeing people are tweeting out those screenshots and posting those 4K screenshots of it running on Yuzu, and the game objectively looks so much better. It's definitely. I mean, if the next Nintendo Switch has backwards compatibility and this gets an update, I'm gonna play the whole game again.
Yeah, because the core game is great. The Switch is definitely getting stretched to its limit here, and you'd expect that from the first party, but there's a lot of talent and money behind it, and it's still having a hard time. So
I don't think the next Switch is going to be 4K 60.
No, sorry. I want to be clear. Sorry, but I just mean any better performance. Obviously, it's not going to match that. But man, I think honestly, I do hope it. Honestly, I hope resolution is substantially better though. Personally.
I assume they'll upscale and do whatever they have to do.
Yeah,
but
I would take frame rate over resolution any day.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they could do it Returnal. Yeah. Like Returnal was 1080p 60, and they just upscaled it to 4K.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Is that 60 is priority, but I just hope we could clean it up a tiny bit.
Yeah. So it's very good.
Before this game came out, I thought there was no need for another Switch. Like, just in my head, I was like, whatever, I don't really need another one, because none of the games really were pushing it. It was just we weren't getting third parties as much. But after playing this, I have hopped back on the Switch sequel because we need something else, because the frame rate, like I walked into this, there was just a bunch of enemies at this one area and they were all shooting stuff at me, and it just kind of took a dive, and that was a little, and I don't notice frame rate, but that was kind of brutal. But
I picked up, there was a big wrecking ball, and I picked it up with Ultra Hand, and I was bashing a bunch of guys like in a camp, and the frame rate got really, like, the game was like really stuttering, like, oh no, you're doing all the things at once.
Yeah, I'm ready for the next Switch. But hey, the game, really, really good. I'm sure it'll become the fastest selling Zelda game of all time. We'll probably hear about that in like a week or two. Midnight Releases made a return for this game. It's everything's looking up for Zelda.
I saw Josie was at one.
It was a good time.
Oh, you went to Midnight Release. It was good.
Yeah, it was fun. There was, I don't know, I was in Florida, so the people were a little wild, but it was a good time.
Shooting guns in the air, freedom, America.
It was kind of crazy, but it was pretty cool. The Zelda representative was there, and I got this cool or Nintendo representative, and they gave us arm sleeves, like the one that he wears. So it was pretty cool.
Really? Let me see it.
It made a comeback though. Midnight Releases. I honestly I thought they were done for good. You just needed Zelda to come out.
That's
there it is.
Cool.
Wow.
Yeah, it's pretty sick. I'm gonna wear it in my review.
There you go. Good stuff. Good stuff. Last Tears of the Kingdom out now. People watching this probably already picked it up, but if you haven't, I recommend it. I think it's a good pickup. Evan, do we have a Discord question over there?
We have a bunch for Tears
anything
of the
Zelda
Kingdom.
related. Yeah, go ahead.
We got a
Let's
bunch.
go through those. Yep.
Would you think Tears of the Kingdom would have scored as high if it wasn't a Zelda IP, but rather a new IP, but with the same exact gameplay?
Man, I hate these questions. I mean, it's Zelda. Of course, it's going to score high. I mean, let's not dance around the topic. But the thing is, Zelda has been consistently brilliant since the first game. I mean, there's been a couple of bumps in the road, of course.
What do you mean by that?
You just gotta score this game on its own merits. You can't say if it's not a Zelda game, would it still score high? I mean, I don't know how to answer that. At the end of the day, it's a Zelda game. That's what makes it so special.
How good are the new characters? Are the new characters and all the other, are those really good? I mean, if they replace them with something else, I mean, it's the gameplay is what made Zelda Zelda though. The original Legend of Zelda, it was just unless you read the instruction booklet, you didn't know any story. It was just like when I first played it, I wasn't thinking about Princess Zelda and all this shit. It was like, yo, this is just like an open world NES game. That's what I thought. I was like, this gameplay's lit. Same thing happened with Link to the Past. Who's Zelda 2? The same thing happened with Link to the Past. I didn't care about all that. I was just like, yo, this is fun. The gameplay's great.
I feel like you can ask that question for basically any.
I'll say the correct answer, which is it wouldn't have scored as high. No.
I think you could say that for anything with a strong intellectual property. I mean, that's part of it is
like a God of War, like Mario and stuff like that. Like that's part. The history, the lineage does play a role in the review scores, and anyone who says otherwise, I feel like they're just lying to themselves.
Evan, we have another Discord question?
Yeah, we still got it. Will Zelda stay open world now, considering the massive success of the new saga?
Hopefully.
It's tough.
I think it's going to be a hybrid.
I do want a traditional Zelda game, though.
It's going to be the middle part of Hyrule, or whatever they do next, will have open world elements and will be dense, and then they'll make the traditional, I get this item, I go to this, they'll make a traditional one, but they'll have that open world. Because in past games, the past Zelda games, the Hyrule was terrible. They'll just make those actually interesting now. They'll just make those a lot better.
I can see like sticking with the open world. And if we want traditional ones, they'll just go back and do their remakes or something, or remasters. Like they could do the Oracles or even Minish Cap or something like that, and bring it up to better visuals and all that.
Dude, I would love a Minish Cap. Minish Cap remake, I'd buy that. I love the Link's Awakening remake, just same style, but Minish Cap.
Keep it like 2D and 3D Zelda. So 3D is a little bit more open world, and then they could have those 2D top downs like the ones from the handhelds. But now that we have them combined, they could just have two separate sort of ones.
I love it. Exactly.
What do you wish to see in the eventual Tears of the Kingdom DLC?
More dungeons. All of them.
I mean, I never played the original Breath of the Wild DLC, so it's.
They give us a bike, right? Maybe they'll just give us just a fighter jet in this one.
People already made it. Look at Twitter. People made fighter jets.
Yeah, people.
Fighter jets with a dick and balls on it.
I don't know. Is there a? Do we have a submarine in this one yet? I'm trying to think of what kind of vehicles they would give us.
Just going through the game. I'm not worried about DLC right now.
They could probably
just a fighter jet just flying around.
Fishing. You know
They
what's
could
really
probably-
cool? If they made like a battle royale like Warzone, Hyrule, with the buildable stuff that you can make. That'd be kind of cool.
Everyone drops in and switches off.
Zelda 99.
Yep.
You all have to cobble. You have like 60 seconds to build something and kill the other players.
Rather than Tariq Village, it's Kakariko Village.
Is that why Nintendo bought that dude's checks? They're gonna do it themselves.
Hey, that would. I mean, come on, people. I think people would freak out if they did that. That'd be interesting. Zelda 99.
Let's do it.
I imagine the Switch trying to run that.
No, I feel like that's something
right.
for next gen. That's like a next gen.
The
thing,
moment two
probably.
people use Ultra Hand next to each other, it's just smokestacks.
breaks.
If someone didn't like Breath of the Wild but liked Genshin, would they like Tears of the Kingdom?
No.
I think that review that was a 6 out of 10 actually did a pretty good job explaining it from that point of view. In that, no, you probably won't like Tears of the Kingdom. Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom are. They're the open world Zelda games. So.
That guy's review was bullshit, but
why?
Why? Because he's complaining about the marketing as part of the reason why there's a problem. Because he was pissed that it wasn't what he wanted in his review. Who does that?
I think if you're someone who didn't like Breath of the Wild, I think it lines up.
Who does that?
A lot of people.
No, there's a lot of people. There are more people.
That's part of the review score being bad is because you didn't like how they marketed it to you.
It doesn't necessarily mean it was part of his score. It was.
It sounded like it was.
A topic that he was discussing. I mean, you'd have to ask him.
He spent a whole. Did you read the review?
Yeah.
He did it in a video, right?
Paragraphs on it. That's what I'm saying. Like he spent paragraphs on it. He spent paragraphs complaining about it. It seemed like it was part of the reason why. It's just based on me reading.
I don't think you'll like Tears though if you like Breath of the Wild.
No striker.
And this is kind of the last closest one to that. Open world game design was solved more than a decade ago by the likes of Bethesda and Ubisoft. Why do From Software, Rockstar, and Nintendo insist on breaking these basic design principles, and why am I under constant pressure to play these games?
That's what you gotta do. You gotta innovate. Like, I think we're talking about Tears of the Kingdom right now. I feel like whenever GTA 6 happens, that's gonna be like the next level of like innovation in open world. Also, it sounds like they're gonna spend over $1 billion on it, so that should be interesting. Yeah, I think they just gotta keep pushing the envelope because they want to sell. They want to sell more copies. So, and then eventually budgets will catch up, and the whole industry will crash. So.
It's never a bad thing to innovate, though, so it's good that we're taking steps.
I disagree. Sometimes it can't be bad.
Well, my bad then.
Counter argument, never change.
When you innovated your collection to emulation,
Yeah, that was good. No, that was good.
Pretty good innovation.
No, you changed, man. You're different now.
Different.
Yeah,
that's the last for Zelda. I could go to other things, but yeah.
We're going to go to the sponsor for tonight's podcast, which is Factor. Make meeting your nutritional goals easy using Factor. Spring is right around the corner, meaning you might be too busy to spend time cooking if you're out and about more often. Factor will deliver fresh, never frozen meals directly to your doorstep. You can prepare these meals in just 2 minutes. Factor offers tons of options from a menu of over 34 chef-prepared, dietitian-approved weekly options. You always have something new to try. Need an extra boost of energy to support your wellness goals this spring? Try Protein Plus. Meals with 30 grams protein or more per serving. There are also over 45 different add-ons to pick from for those in between snacks. It's cheaper